Okay, let's see something. Let's see what we've done here. That. She's got that. She'll get it eventually. Okay, have we looted anything, or we just got that rune in? Probably.
I thought the refugees were keeping to low town.
I'm not selling stuff like that, but I prefer to find some change, just a little silver, maybe just one or two.
I wouldn't be caught dead in the roads.
Right. Ferret goes, huh? Bullshit. Huh. Yeah, Varric doesn't respect holier than thou, especially when you're a hypocrite and you're full of crap. Then he really doesn't respect it. Take that. Sucks right now. I've only got a cold staff, though. Staffs are going to kind of dictate where we go and when we go there, if we don't get lucky and get some drops. We can go mess with Canary with this staff, but mercenaries, they're immune to this shit. And there's enough of them early on. Yeah, let's hope we find a couple. Man, if we could just find, like, shit like a fire staff. Basic fire staff or something. That would solve a lot of problems. There we go, so... Barrett can put this on now. That just gives him extra cunning. Then we'll get one more point later. It's a little bit different if you don't have the DLC, because... not too many gimmies. That's right. And then we'll get that belt, and that'll make 16 decks. 25 cunning, technically. So yeah, by the time we hit level 10, we should be solid. So this really solves that. It definitely goes to Varric. Got that. Kind of got a free level here, so let's get this. It's actually pretty useful.
We're good to go.
Yeah, we don't need bows and shields and all that kind of crap. I've been through playthroughs where you didn't get a drop for your character basically like ever. Except what, you know, guaranteed items that were always going to be in certain places. Like if luck of the draw, whatever weapon you use, it would be like everything else. Like if you were a rogue. Now, if you're a rogue and you get a bunch of staffs, that's actually not bad. You can find your own weapons. And if you can supply staffs for everybody, yeah, that's there's actually nothing wrong with that. I don't mind that at all. But if you're playing like a mage and all you get is bows and shields and an occasional, I don't know, sword or something, yeah, that's... If you get armor, though, it will always be mage armor. Likewise, if you're a rogue or a warrior, armor will always fit your character, because you can't set the armor of your companions. So that will always be your thing. That's cool. I wish weapons were the same, honestly. But I mean, I don't know. You can change your companions' weapons. So finding random shit that sometimes is actually better than what you're using. Sometimes. So, I mean, I guess there's that.
A Ferelden in the guard. What will they think of next?
You have a problem with that?
Me? My family's not native either. I'm just surprised. A lot of old prejudice in the guard.
I'll give them plenty of reason to change their minds.
You know, it's possible they're just scared shitless of you. That's my theory, anyway.
And see, all I've got is a cold staff. I got lightning, and that's about all I can do to those mercenaries. Literally. Cold spells and a cold staff. I mean, it's early. Like, we don't have everything yet, so... I don't even think I have Fireball yet, do I? No, I just went straight cold just to have both of those. Fireball and Firestorm would be next. Let's hope we get lucky. If you're really desperate enough for something you can use, you can save scum an area before you go through the loading screen. Go in, and if you just get completely shit on, I really don't like doing that. I've resorted to that in certain conditions with certain games for a certain reason. Still really don't like it. But I mean, if I'm going for like a particular build and I have to have a particular thing, at that point, I'm not doing a 100-hour playthrough just to never find it and the build just doesn't add up to the way it's supposed to. I'm not suffering that. If the game wants to be a bitch about it, that's fine. I'll work for it a little bit. That's how I look at it. But that's rare. It's only under certain conditions, personally. Some people really don't care. It's just whatever it takes to get ahead. And I mean, if that's your approach, that's cool. I mean, that's you. It's your game. Do what you want. But I do remember having to buy staffs. Sometimes. Mage, depending on how you build a mage, honestly, if you just kind of just go with the basics, it can be really, really cheap. It's like, okay, so I want cold-blooded, and it's like 130 friggin' sovereigns or something. But you can find a cold staff that does basically the same thing. You might even be lucky and get like a, what do they call it? An apostate cold staff, or I don't know if they call it that, but whatever. And it has like a blood magic buff to it. You know, you get more mana per point of health that you spend to cast your spells. I mean, if you can get that to like a 3-to-1, like where a really expensive cast, like 60 mana cast, only costs you like 20. I mean, that's pretty minimal, especially if your health pool is decent. Anyway, all right, well, mercenaries, but the problem is, it's gonna have to be like all Varric, all Aveline, all Carver. I can't do anything. I'm in a chain lightning and then wait, what, 30 seconds to cast it again. Chain lightning is the weakest of the stagger combos.
Or you've been associating with Carver.
And it's got the longest cooldown. Well, no. Sorry.
Maybe.
Actually, I think it's 20 seconds. Second longest cooldown.
This city's full of people who are dead set on ending badly. I don't want to see you end up.
No.
No.
No. Boy, at least Aveline is blunt. She's like, this is what it is, and that's it. This is what it is, and this is what it is. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, all I have is chain lightning. I can't do anything with these assholes. See, I don't want a longbow. I want a staff. Like, come on, bro. Like, that... I don't have any other staffs, do I? Got 2 fucking longbows. What a bitch. Enemies drop better equipment. I'm going to hang on to that for a while. Enemies drop better equipment. Meaning they might actually drop something I can use. That would be nice. Yeah, I'm running into this fight. I'm literally bringing a, what do you call it? A straw. You know, something to shoot spitwads instead of a gun. Alright, well, like I said, I got chain lightning. I guess that's something.
Bounty! It's not doing anything! It's not doing anything! It's not doing anything! It's not doing anything!
I literally, and then I gotta wait.
Useless! It's not doing anything! Now you fall!
This fight's gonna take 20 fucking minutes.
It's not doing anything! Useless! You're pathetic! I need a hand here! I need a hand!
You think that was beautiful?
It's not doing anything!
Oh my god. It took 20 minutes to get her there.
Where's the fight start?
Useless! It's not doing anything! It's not doing anything! Useless! Useless! It's not doing anything!
Like I said, everybody else is doing it. I'm not doing anything here. I can slow her down a little bit.
Useless! 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 I can't keep this up.
She's not that tanky. I don't have a staff. I mean, maybe I should go look for one right now. Just buy one early. I don't like buying... Well, early staffs are cheap. Like, if you can find something that's got, like, a really good damage stat, but it doesn't have any, like, buffs to it, it's just damage. It's like one of those little gray piece of shit staffs, but the damage is amazing. It's, like, higher than anything else you have, but it doesn't have any extra bells and whistles. That's fine. You want the damage. You're not really looking for the rest of it. Cold is only good for Canary, and it will actually carry you through a lot of the tougher fights later. Especially if you have the right spells to go along with it. Let's go hit the brothel real quick. Unless we've already been there. I don't think we have. The Blooming Rose. Whose little motif there is not suggestive at all, right? Just saying.
And here we are in the brothel.
See, there's another set of mercenaries just like that here. I want to take care of them, but
Place for Harlan.
shit.
With him. Or on. It's a coterie thing.
1 copper piece. Wow. That's fantastic. A crack staff. Okay, like that's... And a friggin' 2-handed hammer. Yeah. This is shit RNG right here. It's like intentionally shit too. It's like, fuck you, player. I'm gonna make your gameplay experience as bad as possible. How about that? It's that type of stuff.
You know, Junior, you're looking at this all wrong.
Whatever it is you're about, I'm not interested.
I'm a professional younger brother. Trust me, the center of attention's the worst place to be. When things go wrong, and they always do, that's where all the fingers point. Look at any kingdom in phase. You've got people who warn the cause, and people nobody sees do the real work.
And my sister is a queen in this scenario.
Oh god, point.
Point?
Missing it.
Oh well.
I'm no easy.
Where's the fighting start? Bianca's starting to get bored.
Not doing anything. Useless.
I mean, is it even doing a point of damage? Like a point? Maybe? I don't know.
Not doing anything. Useless. Make it good. Useless. Useless. Useless.
You know what? Honestly, I might have like a default fire staff if I just take this off my inventory. Wait, hold on. You know, that's... I might actually be better off just literally going with the default. Maybe it's fire. It is fire.
Let's finish
Now I
this.
can actually do some damage. That's crazy. When you have to go to the absolute default that if you try to unequip it, you can't. Like, it's the lowest damage you could possibly do in the game. But it's better than what you had. I love Nightmare, man. This is what Nightmare's about. If you don't have the right shit, that's on you. Well, what does it take to do the right thing? I don't want to have to go look that up. Well, then fail miserably. If you're not willing to do a little bit of work. If it's not worth it to you, you're probably not an RPG player anyway. To be honest, like at that point, I mean, just seriously. Resistances, immunities, and all the little fine-tuned things. That's, I mean, you can, through trial and error, figure it out for yourself, or you can just go look it up. I mean, that shit's posted a lot. So it's not like it's really that big of a deal. But yeah, I'm literally using... I should have used the default. That fight would have gone faster. I think we're low enough level right now to where we could probably go buy a staff for a reasonable price. But what we're looking for is a staff with a much higher damage value and less of the extra stuff that you pay for. Like, you know, such and such amount of mana and whatever. You know, we're not looking for any of that.
Couldn't pick up a trade.
I mean, we also need enough money to actually... We have no stamina potions. That means Aveline's sucking them up. You see, that's physical. Okay, you know what that would cost without that 10 mana stamina bullshit? It'd probably cost like half that. 30 or 40, you know, something like that.
fall down some holes. Good bloody luck for your sake.
Keep moving.
So we got our backpacks. That's cool. A lot of stuff is going to start opening up in here. That's spirit. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. 11 fire? Dude, like we're level 5. 11 fire is like probably like a level 8, 9, maybe even 10 staff. But it says it's a 2-star item. Sorry, man. Yeah. 4 is basic. 11 is... Yeah, I pay for this. I actually buy that. I do buy that. Then that's 22 sovereigns that we got to come up with. This will be the first stop. We just need to go start making money now. Alright, so that's good. Now we got something that we can actually work with. I know, it's about 1/3 of a sovereign, but... worth it because it's a really high damage staff, but it's a gray item, and it'll get us through a few things here, early. If they're immune to cold, they can at least be hurt by fire, and vice versa. If they're immune to fire, they're probably weak to cold. So, yeah, we can play with that. That's fine with me. Alright, so we haven't even done this yet. Okay, so we got some stuff we can turn in. We're probably going to level up here pretty quick. Now let's go search some stuff. Let's get some extra potions for free. When you see that I have like 2 or 3 of something, if I have 2 or 3, I'll usually probably keep it. But if I got 4 of something, I'll sell probably at least 1. And if I know I'm going to do some more looting, I might even sell 2 out of 4. And then if I've got 3 of everything else, I'll have like 2, 1, 1, and 1. You know, something like that, right? Or 2, 1, and 1. Yeah, 1, 1, and 1, including injury kits. Yeah. Why? Because it's free money. The fewer potions you have in your inventory, the more you're going to find. We'll probably find a potion in just about any barrel or box that's in this area. Probably. I mean, we should, right? Injury kit, stamina, mana, health, maybe. Got some change in that one, finally. Finally.
In the market for something special?
That's decent cold damage. If I was running a 2 mage thing right here, I'd say that's decent. Friend? Anyway, so Mondays are notoriously dead on stream. Not always, but 90% of the time. Yeah. Anyway, if anybody's chatting or whatever, how was your Monday so far?
Send them all back. Make them happy.
I was actually pretty busy tonight at work. For a Monday, I was really busy. Tonight was busier than my Saturday and my Sunday put together.
No thanks.
To be honest, like literally. Didn't really make. I mean, although tonight, I live in Texas, right? So, it was a Dallas game tonight. So, pizza goes with football. I mean, food goes with football pretty much across the board. But pizza, definitely a thing. Beer, pizza, football. I mean, that's not even just a dude thing. That's just a thing. So, yeah, tonight kind of made sense. That it'd be busier, but Saturday sucked and Sunday was the worst I've ever seen. This week, for some reason. Halloween was too busy. It was so busy we couldn't keep up with it, so probably lost a lot of deliveries, to be honest. Because there was, we were short a driver, because she was with her kid doing trick-or-treat stuff, so she's like, I'm not coming in. But even if she had come in, we'd still all pretty much get the same shit, so, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, this weekend was kind of weird. Tell you what, if every Halloween's going to be, well, not every Halloween's going to fall on a Friday, so that's good. But if every Halloween weekend is going to be like that, one busy night and then two just absolute shit nights, I don't know, you can just keep the busy night, just let everything be normal.
Carver, don't.
You're ever so busy with the guardsmen. It must be a burden. Jeez.
It's oddly comforting that you insult me like I'm family.
That wasn't... No, I didn't mean that.
The elves who don't live here actually make it worse. I hate to be an elf in Darktown.
Health potion, we got a stamina. Maybe one or two more of each. That'd be nice.
Good to see you again.
Nice. Okay, we already got that. That's good. Really good. There'll actually be stuff here later when we do Aveline's little meet her future husband thing. Guardsman Donick. What does Varric rename him in his Hard in Hightown? Donovich? It's not Donick, it's Donovich. But you know damn well it's the same thing. What inspired these tales? Yeah.
Here's your reward. Keep looking, though.
Nice, that's a gold piece right there. Fantastic. Now, you can sometimes find a staff here. If you haven't found one yet, you can definitely get one here sometimes. Yeah, these are gangster. I mean, for the price. If these things had little add-ons like, you know, plus Setch mana and maybe, I don't know, something else on it, these things would be like 3 times. These things would be like a sovereign a piece. They're cheap. They're on the cheap. Don't really need them for myself, but... And now we can start thinking about even selling some of the... Sell that. See, we had, what, 2, 1, 1, and... No, we had 2, 1, 1, and none. Now we got 3, 2, 2, 2. Well, we can hang on to them. It seems like she's really using these. Like, a lot. So... We'll just let that shit ride for a little bit. There we go.
Something sirrah.
You did this.
That's 50 silver.
Acting voice paid. Interesting.
Nice. All right, we have to come back here anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
This fell into my hands. Recognize it?
You just stumbled on this? Can't say I'm surprised. Bloody fools.
Nice. We didn't get the Isabella cutscene yet, do we? I don't think so. Yeah, I was about to say, it's a little early for that.
You have
I think it's only after you've gotten, like, either Merrill or Anders. Now, there's a chance we could find something here.
Slow day.
I bet you couldn't. You've been drinking. What?
So, here's the thing. We need to find a way into the deep
Good times.
roads. Bartran can lead us to the right place once we're down there, but we need a good entrance.
Any entrance would do, wouldn't it? Well, unless a dragon's sitting in it, I suppose.
We need an entrance that's close to our destination, but isn't already plundered or filled with darkspawn. Fortunately, I've received some new information. There's a Grey Warden in the city. If anyone knows how to get down there, it'll be him.
Sounds like you have it all planned out, Varric.
And that, Messer, is why I'm here. Supposedly, this Grey Warden came in with some other Ferelden refugees not long ago. A Lowtown woman named Lorene has been helping the Fereldans. We talked to her. Maybe we learn where he is. I'll keep after my contacts, see if I can drum up any other work.
Oh wow, that shawl is for the brothel. It's actually for the brothel. Go turn that in, I guess. Torn trousers aren't good for shit. That's like 1 copper piece or something. Bitch. But before we go on, I gotta go look for another set of batteries because it's doing the old Xbox 360 thing where it lets you know your batteries are dying. But I've had these batteries in here for a couple months now, actually since August. So that's pretty decent from the last that long. Because I mean we've been playing pretty much just this since then, for the most part. Yeah. Batteries here. Good. kill you here. It's starting to cool off now, right? We got down into the high 50s, low 60s tonight. It's not cold yet, but it's definitely cooling down. Just, I don't know, a week or two ago, it was still in the 80s, so. All right, we have to get the Rune of Frost. That's like mandatory here.
Will everyone please
This one thing right here is the second most important thing to the
I'll send word to the
electricity resistance,
My son's hurt bad.
lightning resistance, whatever you want to call it.
Turned on him in the blasted bone pit.
Yeah, this and that are literally the two most important things you have to have for the deep roads, or else the deep roads go really, really badly for you. Like, really badly. Okay, we got 2 of those. That's cool. And we're literally back to where we started before I sold all that stuff. So right here, I would still say go 3-2. I mean, that's 7-8 silver. It's something. Sell that. We're already up to 3 sovereigns. This dagger is the coolest looking thing. You know Hiltless from Demon Souls? It's like got that vibe to it. Like it's basically a rusty blade with no real actual handle on it. It's just like it's a dagger shaped blade. Rusty too. But dude, it's cool as shit looking. I wish there was a way to find a matching pair of those and just let them level with you. Nothing, no amazing stats or anything, but just to be decent. Something you could use. Maybe a rune slot in one of them or something. Something simple. But man, yeah, here, you have to have this. You have to have that. That's mandatory.
We have donations coming in. There will be food and medicine for all. If you're
Lyrene.
seeking aid, leave your name with my girl. We serve everyone here. No one came from Ferelden without trouble. But I can't give priority to anyone who's already found work and lodging.
I hear you know where I can find a Ferelden Grey Warden.
Only Ferelden Grey Warden I've heard of slew the Archdemon to save us all. Fat lot they care here. We're out of the Blight's path now. Why would you need a warden?
The healer was one of them once, wasn't he? A warden?
A warden?
Well, he's not now.
A warden?
And busy enough without answering fool questions about it.
Well, I'll just only ask very smart questions. How about that?
Then I'll only ask very smart questions.
I do not joke, Sarah.
Why does, like, literally,
You see what
there's
our
not an
people face in
NPC
Kirkwall.
except for Varric
They have no
or
jobs,
in Isabella.
no homes.
Isabella and Varric
Most
have
can
a sense of
barely buy
humor.
bread.
Well,
This
no,
healer,
like Fenris
he
kind of
serves
does
them
too.
Without thought for coin. He's closed their wounds.
He's
delivered
just a
their
little more
children.
somber
And
about
yet
it.
he
But
needs to
yeah,
hide.
other than them, nobody
He's a
else in
good
the
man.
game has a sense of
I
humor.
won't lose
Like
him
not
to the
even
blighted Templars.
Aveline or not just nobody. No, Bethany kind of does too. No, that's not true. There's definitely a division in your companions and NPCs in the game. Yeah, there really is. Humor seems to be the dividing line between cool people and assholes. I guess that's a real life thing too, right?
Your healer is in no danger from me.
Right. Perfectly safe if he cooperates.
Perfectly safe.
I suppose it isn't my secret.
If he cooperates. Other than
Anders
that,
has
he's
certainly
dead.
been free enough with his services.
Carver's like, my sister's gonna kill you.
Refugees in Darktown know.
That's it,
to
that's
find
all.
the healer, look for the lit lantern. If you have need enough, Anders will be within.
Is there any flour?
Problem
We've
is,
been out
Anders
for
is
weeks.
just there because
Children are
people
eating
bring their
sawdust.
children there. The dude's a fucking murdering terrorist, jihadist, fucking typical
I can't
pedophile.
get my brother off the boat.
That's exactly what that
The
thing
prince
is.
got him bad.
That's something else for a different day, I guess, but just saying. Definitely a thing. Very evil thing. Very evil thing. That Rune of Fire, we're going to use that probably with Varric. when we do Night Lies. And then just, it'll serve that purpose, and that's it. We got it for free. We didn't have to pay anything for it, so cool. That could go in, I don't know, something. I haven't figured that out yet. I mean, we could put the Rune of Fire in there for Night Lies, and then give them the Rune of Impact, and it just gives them a little more damage on everything. And then you give them a Rune of Frost to go into the Deep Roads with. That kind of sounds, just give everything to Varric. As long as Varric is sort of useful, good enough. Kind of hard to find if you're playing primarily a mage. It's hard to find a lot of stuff with rune slots in it. At least right now. Maybe later, but not right now.
Hey, we heard you in there asking about the healer. We know what happens to mages in this town, and it ain't gonna happen to him.
Really?
Does this really seem like a good idea?
Let's show these folks a little Ferelden justice.
Oh, really? Okay. Alright. Yeah, do that.
You will fall! Hit him with it! Get back!
That's a lot of blood.
A little Ferelden justice. Just, I'm sorry. When they say that and then it just goes down, it's like, I mean, honestly, these people probably think they're better off. I'd rather die than live here for another minute in poverty, pretending to stay down for Fereldans that persecute themselves, when Kirkwall really just doesn't give a fuck. I mean, honestly, everybody's doing something dirt, so yeah. Nice. Everybody's dirty.
Varric.
Carver.
Still think you're helping while bearing us in debt to your brother?
Still riding side saddle while bitching at your betters?
Drinks later.
Never miss 'em.
They totally get along. What's up, Sark? It's beefy, right? It's chunky. That's some chunky soup shit right there. Problem with the chunky soup commercials is everybody who gets on them gets like a career-ending injury within, I don't know, 30 minutes of being on the chunky. You ever heard of the chunky soup curse? Anyway, but yeah, the rock armor is chunky. It's chunky soup. Extra beefy. Campbell's extra beefy chunky soup. As soon as that shit shows up, you get wrecked. Serious. It literally, I mean, like, sorry, man. History has proven that it's actually a thing. This isn't voodoo. This isn't superstition. Somehow it's just a thing. I don't know. The mob, the government, conspiracy shit. I have no idea why it's a thing, but it's definitely a thing. You can go look that shit up. It's fascinating. It goes back for shit as long as Campbell Soup has made that shit a thing. It's gone back that far, and it like literally holds true like throughout history. It's the only good one. Really? You didn't like Origins? I like Origins. I mean, if you don't like Origins, I mean, I'm not going to argue. But I mean, this is my favorite Dragon Age, personally. I mean, probably by far. This is the one. This is my go-to. If I don't know what else I want to play, I just go play this. Like, seriously, in my own time, streaming, whatever. Usually, streaming is my own time. So I guess that's about the same thing. But anyway, I mean, you guys, anybody who's been here for any length of time knows that I always fall back to this. I always want to try something new. And there's always something to try. So, like, it just doesn't really get old. Can't really say that about too many other games. There's other games that are like that. I mean, like, personally, I'm pretty much garbage at Dark Souls, but, like, the original Dark Souls, I like that. In fact, the sad part is, if I were to get Dark Souls on the 360, I don't know if I still have the disc for the 360 or not. I probably don't. But if I did and play it, I don't even know if the online component of it is even still active. But it was like the way the game was meant to be played. And this isn't like, you know, I got a shotgun, get off my lawn type shit. This is like literally the Dark Souls remaster does not capture how magnificent the original was. And even if the original was still active on the servers, would there be really anybody there to play it except hackers and cheaters and, you know, and all that, you know, the smegma, the refuse, the cast off, people in society that don't even qualify as human beings, you know, that type of shit. So, I mean, you really, I don't know. But, yeah, anyway, this has that kind of replayability. Even more so, I think. Because it's your own thing. You either succeed or fail based on your theory crafting in a game. I mean, this has MMO caliber quality in terms of building a character in a single player game. And I mean, MMOs are really supposed to be based off of this, and vice versa. So like, it's pretty cool. Seven of 9, I don't know what that is, but you like Dark Souls 2? I thought that was the worst of them. I thought it was the most approachable. It was way too forgiving. And their Dark Souls 2, their version, in my opinion, of difficulty was put more enemies in a smaller box. And that has nothing to do with the level design and the game design of Dark Souls or Demon Souls. It has nothing to do with it. Dark Souls was intertwined. Demon Souls was hub-based. Other than that, it had so many dynamics involved that it wasn't forgiving. It punished you on purpose. You're either perfect, and if you have no idea what it means to be perfect, that's your fault. Like, it was literally like that. Dark Souls 2 was, it's okay. If you have a problem here, we'll hold your hand. Look, the next bonfire is right there. If you die 50,000 times right here, it doesn't matter. The next bonfire is literally right there. You can see the next bonfire from the bonfire you were sitting at. That has nothing to do with Dark Souls. Now, if you like the game for what it was, that was just your jam. I'm not criticizing that. But I'm saying the fundamentals of what made Demon Souls than the original Dark Souls amazing, the Dark Souls remaster lost their footing and forfeited what made them great. And Dark Souls 2 just ignored it completely. What actually makes Dark Souls great. You should be terrified when somebody invades you in Dark Souls and Demon Souls. You should be terrified. Because like, it was an experience. Dark Souls 2 and everything after that, and even the remaster, they lost that. They lost it. They put it in there on purpose. That's how they created it. It was amazing. And then they sacrificed it, forfeited it, and then just went on to sequels to try to milk some more money and leave out what made the game great in the first place. I mean, seriously. Now, if Dark Souls 2 is just, that's the one you picked up and you just really, really liked it, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not criticizing that. But the thing that made Demon Souls, Dark Souls, cult level game following, right? They never recaptured it. They never recaptured it. Fandom and a cult following are two completely different things. One can include the other, but the other doesn't have anything to do with the first. You know, so yeah, it's that type of stuff. Just saying. Yeah. I mean, in the original Dark Souls, if you were a soul level 1, which I had a soul level 1 invader, but then they nerfed the game right before they came out with the remaster and said, well, You motherfuckers who figured out a way to get full Havel's gear with a weapon and just still do fucking cartwheels and somersaults and shit with your ninja ring and invade people because you're a fucking ninja, you're assassin. Like, that's what the game was based on. They nerfed it. And they never looked back. After that, Souls games died. Sorry, man. Once they nerfed the original Dark Souls, and I remember getting away from it, and I think I was playing ESO, right? And then I'm like, well, then Dark Souls 2 came out or something, and then I went back to play the original Dark Souls, and they changed the carry weight. So the wood grain ring that you get from the little ninja down there in the guy from the forest, but you get the actual ring itself from the dude under, you know, down in the swamps, down in the toxic swamp, Blighttown. It didn't work for you anymore. Like, you had to completely restructure all of your equipment and your entire build. And they did this years after the game came out. So they literally went back and retroactively destroyed the original Dark Souls with an update that just took a shit on everybody because you were having too much fun with it. So you shouldn't be allowed to have fun. You should only vote Kamala. You should not be allowed to have fun. And you should not be able to play for yourself or do the things that make this shit great. You should make this shit again. You should be Massa. Make America shit again. That's how you should approach Dark Souls from here on out. And it was like almost an apology to Dark Souls 2, which deserves no apology. Dark Souls 2 assassinated soul games for what they were really good at. And then they just made everything mainstream from then on out. That happened. Proved me wrong. Not sorry. Proved me wrong. All right, so let's see, we got this. Yep, and that killed it. That literally killed the game. So if you were a soul level 1, you pretty much had to just level up a little bit. Now, in the remaster, it was all equipment based, which ruined what made it great in the first place. It just destroyed it. And you're never looking back. It just became mediocre, ho-hum bullshit. Invasions and even building a Dark Wraith and understanding the game and getting rewarded for it. You just got punished for knowing the game to be inclusive of motherfuckers that don't even deserve to play the game. And now they can come in and have success too. What the fuck is that? If you don't earn the right to, if you don't fucking pay your dues, you should get nothing. They just went woke. And that's it, that's all. So, I mean, fuck every Souls game since then. Seriously. Seriously. All right, let's see. I've got, should go back and grab this real quick. We can grab this and then we can grab that. We could do that real quick. I mean, but if you like a game and you really enjoy it and you think you got your money's worth out of it, God bless you. I mean, I honestly, like that's amazing. But I cannot.
Not before he gave it a shake to see.
I cannot not point out where these people took God mode shit and then sucked Satan's dick and then just turned into shit on purpose, forfeiting everything that made them amazing that they created in the first place. It's like, this is my art, and it got a lot of response, and now I'm a famous artist for this, and I'm just not gonna do that anymore. Now I'm just gonna be a sculptor, and my fucking statues suck. That's exactly what the fuck they did. I'm just this acrylic artist that just makes amazing shit that nobody else does, and that's what I'm famous for. So guess what? I'm just not gonna paint anymore, and I'm gonna go make sculpture with a fucking chisel that I don't even know how to hold right in my right hand, and everything's gonna suck. but you're still going to pay me for it because I'm milking my reputation when I was actually a good artist coming up with some shit that nobody else was doing. Now I'm just going to do what everybody else is doing so that everything sucks equally and you don't acknowledge that I'm less than what I should be. That's what that is. I don't know any other way to put that, so there you go. Just saying. Just throwing that shit out there. All right. We should really go get Anders. I mean, I actually have a fire staff to go get Anders just right now. We should probably just make our way towards that. Everybody agree? Even if you don't agree, I don't see anything else to do here, so let's just go do that. And that's sad. That's sad. That's sad. You think I haven't got my money's worth on a game like this that I've been playing for 15 years? More passionately and having more joy, and it's more rewarding than anything that's come out in the last almost 14 years? That says something. I got my money's worth about 90 million times over. I struggle to get my money's worth out of anything. The only game I played that's come out lately, and it's been a little while, that I thought was like really above and beyond, over the top, creative from the developers, and actually worth playing was that Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy. That game is amazing. That game is, it's freaking amazing. It's just fun. It's fantastic. There's collectibles. It's I mean, no game is perfect, but it's a game where if it had come out 10 years ago, which I think it came out almost 5 years ago, right? 3, 4, 5 years ago? Anyway. But if it come out, it'd be like the shit. Or it should be the shit. Maybe not. Anyway. Outside of that, everything else has pretty much been hot garbage. Just saying.
Greetings from the...
One less to worry about.
Take what I like.
Where's my money at? That was an elite. That was supposed to actually drop some change. Whatever. It's like, whatever. Get all huffy about it. Whatever. I'm offended. You didn't give me my change. You didn't give me my 9 silver that I should have gotten off of you. Right?
Haven't seen you since Mirren hired me for that Red Iron job. Been a while. Heard you're going on some expedition into the deep roads. And right into Darkspawn territory. Sure that's wise?
I think if like seriously, the most you can hope for is getting some fun out of your game that you spend your money and some of your time on. I mean, maybe you don't have that much time. Maybe you really are a gamer that is a gamer at heart, but you're working 2 jobs. And you may have kids. You know, responsibilities outside of just working, you know, the work at home that's not work at work. And, you know, and all that. And then when you do get some time to game, you really just want to get something for your dollar. And I don't know, like I said, Hogwarts Legacy, I thought was, I mean, and I'm not really a Harry Potter fan, although I think I've seen all the movies. So, I mean, I don't know if you'd call that a fan. I don't really know the Harry Potter lore, you know, down to my friggin' bones to where I could cite that shit at a convention while we're all dressed up as somebody from Hogwarts. I'm not that level, but I mean, I've seen the movies and I enjoy it. And like that whole universe right there, I even respect the author. She comes under attack a lot, which doesn't really make sense. I guess she's just not woke enough or something. But, well, I mean, Disney supports that, and Disney's literally Satan's asshole directed at kids. Put that in your pipe and smoke it for a second. That's literally a thing. And they embraced Harry Potter, so I don't know. I mean, they're just confused. I mean, even Satan himself doesn't know what to do with his own children. So let's just leave that where it's at. But if you think about it, I mean, that's a really cool universe to really build an RPG around. And that particular game really embraces a lot of the shit that I saw in like all the movies, but it's based in a timeline hundreds, maybe even thousands of years before Harry Potter stuff even took place, which I thought was pretty fantastic. So, I mean, I really like the way they did it. I didn't see any conflict in any of it. The gameplay was fantastic. The flying and the combat and using your wand, and you even got a little like melee action and sneak, assassin action in there and all that. Game was fantastic. And, dude, had I paid full price for the version that I got, which was probably $80 on release, I think I paid $15 for it. And I'm like, had I paid $80, I would not feel ripped off. This is the only game I can say that about that's come out in the last 10 to 15 years that I can say I do not feel ripped off here. This shit is fantastic. Like, this is amazing in so many ways. They even give you, like, if you're an animal lover, they even give you like a heaven for your animals, like this safe sanctuary rainbow bridge type thing for animals. They didn't have to do that. They just threw it in there. And then if you thought that was cool, then here's another one. And then here's another one. And then here's another one. And now you get to save all the animals from animal abusers. In other words, if you think Michael Vick should have been assassinated 5 times over, you should probably be a fan of this particular game. Because if you hate Michael Vick, like you should, then you should probably love Hogwarts Legacy. I'm just saying. It was that fantastic. And it almost made me cry at one point. I was like, this is fucking beautiful. It was like those tears of, oh my God, this is amazing. Like, seriously. It was fantastic. 10 times worth the money. I'm going to go back to it. I still have achievements for it. We just played it nonstop for like, hell, I don't know. It was a while. we played it nonstop. I think the character I have on it has like, and the actual hours that it says I have are half the hours that are actually on there. And it's something like, I don't know, 11 days. So what is that? 240, 260, 270 hours. I think it's like twice that. Well, no, I don't know. It's probably not 500 hours. Easily 150, 200, and 250 hours at least. So if it says I have 5 days, I have at least double that. If it says I have 10 or 11 days, that's about right. And I don't regret even a minute of it. It was just fantastic from top to bottom. Yeah, well, I mean, that was like, oh, God raised through the clouds with angels playing harps and shit. I was like, you didn't have to do this. Like, this is friggin' amazing. This is amazing just because it's amazing. And that's it, that's all. And you don't find that in games these days anywhere. Games are like the zombie wasteland, no matter how pretty they are. They're fucking mindless, they're dull, they're stupid, they're repetitive. And if the action is good, that's about all you get. And honestly, half the time, it's probably not even good. So, no matter how pretty it is. And that's not art. That's not creative. That's not gaming. That's just playing along while they fucking reach into your wallet and take your shit. Not a fan. Not a fan. That one game, though, that's pretty special. I enjoyed pretty much all my time in that game, and it was enough hours to where had I paid 5 times that for that game, I'd still feel like it was worth it. I mean, hell, if you want to go to a movie now and go watch a movie and actually get some snacks while you're there, what are you going to spend with you and your date? not to mention your family. You and your significant other and maybe your 1 or 2 kids, you're gonna spend $250. Not just the ticket, but then you're gonna go buy, you know, a $37 box of candy or some shit, you know, $8 Cokes, whatever, you know, and all that side. It's just ridiculous. It's stupid. And that's gonna last you what, an hour and a half? And you're gonna be disappointed a majority of the time? You give me a game for $80 that's worth 100+ hours of legitimate actual entertainment, saying, I respect this game development. This shit is actually fun. I'm actually willing to, you know, like 100% this shit because I want to see everything this game has to offer. That type of shit right there. Sorry, man. It's about 1/10 the price of a movie when you consider the number of hours that it's actually entertaining you, giving you some actual quality gaming, which you haven't seen in the last decade or so. I can't recommend that game enough, whether you're a Harry Potter fan or not. It's an actual RPG, and it's relatively simple, but they make the simple. They allow you to theory craft with the simple, and make it worthwhile with your skills and your equipment and the way you stress your equipment and what you do and when you do it and how you do it. It's all there. Like it's a very simplified version of old school RPG mentality with a lot of really cool combat and action and exploration and storytelling as well. And if, like I said, if you're an animal lover, I don't see how you don't like that game. I do not get that. I will never ever get that. Yeah. Anyway. It is like kind of like playing through the precursor to the Harry Potter novels and stuff. You're actually playing through that with an environment that's familiar if you already know what the Harry Potter story is kind of about and stuff, and they kind of throw a little bit of everything in there. But and I don't know, Harry Potter leaned a lot on what's his name, Hagrid, the animal keeper. Like that was a huge part of your little buddy thing with Hermione and what's his face, Weasley and all that. Like he was like a big part of that through like all the movies. He was intrinsic to it, so like it makes sense. You can't tell me that J.K. Rowling is not an animal lover. You can't tell me that. And I think they stayed true to that in the game too, which is like fantastic on another level, because they didn't have to be. They didn't have to include any of that shit, but they went out of their way to do it, and they made it like super cool the way that they did it. So I don't know, and I can't hear a lot of criticism about that game without telling somebody to go stick all that in their ass. Like, seriously. So, anyway, we're just talking. I'm just talking gaming here, all right? So, I mean, sorry, not sorry. It's like, okay, so apparently there's a bunch of you guys here, which is awesome. Appreciate you showing up, especially on a Monday night. Tuesday morning, I guess? Is it? Yeah, I guess it's Tuesday morning now, technically. Where I'm at, anyway. So if you're not here to hear about Harry Potter, you're like, I'm here to check out Dragon Age 2, whatever. Okay, old game, don't really care. It's friggin' amazing, stands the test of time. I've got probably more hours in this game than probably anything else. Well, I don't know, Oblivion and Fallout 3 probably have some hours in that too. But still, this one probably still tops it. Especially considered streaming over the last 8 to 10 years. Yeah. Anyway.
We can't all make a living in the Undercity.
My approach to this game...
That's all I'm saying. Say, you still
They had to be Fable fans, right? They had to be Fable fans. There's so much Fable...
Business has been a little slow.
Well, from my experience, Fable 2
want me to whip you up something
in Hogwarts Legacy, that it's almost ridiculous.
Since you're
I mean, music, some of the gameplay, the little pools that you dive down.
Everyone needs an
Sometimes they send you to a secret place, and it's got the light coming in through an underground cave, and you're just finding a chest, and it doesn't have a silver key in it, but it might as well have a silver key in it. Like, it's literally that ridiculous. Dude, it's flagrant. And it's flagrant in like a fun, joyful way. Like, we know this is amazing. You gotta put this in here, you know? If we're gonna make this collectible or this thing a thing, let's make it something that's like joyful. Because Fable 2 was joyful in a lot of ways, like an adult children's book come to life, and they did that. They did that a lot in that Hogwarts game. Anyway, I'm gonna stop talking about that. That's yeah, most definitely Fable 2 fans, or Fable fans in general. All right, so anyway, back to this game. The approach to this game is essentially, I guess it's pretty simple. I think you could sum it up, like you could put it in a nutshell if you basically just said, you want all of your party members. I don't really worry about my character. The only reason I'll set certain things for my character is stuff that I always want active. And so if I have to switch to, like, say, Varric for a reason at some point in the game, or Aveline, or at this point we'll probably have like a healer, and a healer is somebody that can produce haste. And haste allows you to do, like, it says 50% attack speed. No, it's like you get to do 3x damage for a particular period of time, and you get to wipe entire mobs of enemies. So, like, it's like super, super important. Anyway, so you want somebody that's able to cast that. If you're not doing it yourself, somebody needs to do that. That's pretty much around level 7 or 8. 7 is when it's first available. It's nice to get it ASAP. Whatever. Maybe your playthrough doesn't play exactly like that, and you have to wait a level. Whatever. What you want is your tactics to dictate everybody's behavior when it matters. Use this ability when you need to use it. If you don't need to use it, save it. Because resources are, like, at a premium in Dragon Age 2. It's the same thing in Dragon Age Origins in a way, but you can get like 1,000 health potions and spam them if you have to in certain fights. Here, everything's on cooldown. Everything's balanced. Everything's mitigated by a clock, if you will. And it's a DPS race. So if you're going to use an ability, you probably want to make sure that if you're setting up an enemy, that you can exploit that setup with somebody else in your party. So specific enemies probably need to be debuffed or set up for a combo. And certain party members need to be able to set them up based on their rank or based on who and what they are. And then somebody else in your party needs to be able to exploit that as soon as it becomes available. Because on Nightmare, everything's 3 times faster, 10 times more aggressive. The damage is 50x, and you got less time to do it. Enemies are a lot more aggressive. They're faster. Cooldowns for them, like if you debuff an enemy, instead of it lasting for like 5 or 10 seconds, it's going to last like 2 seconds. And if your companions can't exploit weaknesses when they're available, then your enemies are just going to fucking 50k you to death. And then you're dead. You lose the DPS race. You have to find a way to catch up with the enemies and match their speed in DPS. Haste is the great equalizer in this game, but and combos are the rest of it. And on Nightmare, remember, there's a lot of friendly fire. And in Origins, there was friendly fire on every level. It just was more. 10% friendly fire, 20%, 50%, 60%, 100%, that type of stuff, right? Depending on what difficulty you're playing on. Here, there is no friendly fire unless you play Nightmare. And if you're playing on Nightmare, a lot of your shit is friendly fire. All that big stuff that you just want to throw on everybody, you're going to kill yourself and your party members before you kill any of the enemies. Because if you're not killing the enemies with combos, they're probably not dying. And if you're just dropping a firestorm because you think it looks cool, yeah, it probably does. And you might actually kill somebody, but you're going to kill your entire party as well. Because it's like friendly fire. And so I'd say about 60-70% of the spells and abilities are actually friendly fire. Especially a lot of your AoE stuff. But you have a couple AoE things that aren't friendly fire. And you need to find a way to exploit that and do 50 times the damage you would normally do to the enemy as soon as that shit's on cooldown and make it work with your entire party. Like, as a mage, you can't set up Disorient. Only your rogue can set up Disorient, for example. Who exploits Disorient. Now, you can exploit it as a mage, or you could have another mage in your party that you've set to exploit an enemy that is under that condition. Like, for example, this is the simplest example. All right, so let's say Varric, and this is actually his one job. If you have Varric in your party, he has to do this. If he doesn't do this, you're going to get wrecked. So, right, if an enemy is ranked elite or higher, that's any assassin, pretty much any blood mage, in-game bosses, dragons, whatever, right? Then use pinning shot. Okay, so what does that mean? Pinning shot. Now, we're only level 5. But by the time Varric is level 8, right, here's level 6. He can upgrade this so he can use it more often. And pinning shot will pin an assassin to the ground, but it won't disorient them. Once they're disoriented, which is level 8 here, right? Disorient chance, 100%, guaranteed on any enemy. That is Varric's job. If he's not doing that, then don't even put him in your party. It's completely useless. But if you do have this, you're going to make boss fights and elite fights and assassins much more manageable. Because he gets to use this, what does it say? Cooldown 20 seconds? -5? Every 15 seconds, he can actually use this. And it does a decent amount of damage. You say 58 physical, that's not a lot. We're only level 5. By the time we're level 10, that shit's going to be like 150 or something. Yeah. Then you multiply it with a critical. Yeah, this might kill somebody damn near outright. But if it doesn't, they're disoriented. And so what do? Who would I disorient? You only disorient enemies that you need to combo because they have health bars that are this long. You don't use this on if enemy exists, then just use this. That is a complete waste of your resources. He can only use it every so often, and he only has so much stamina, right? If enemy is elite or higher, use this, because it's a guaranteed disorient. So what happens? Well, let's just say, I'm not going to use this on my character, but let's just say I was. Spirit Bolt. Okay, I can use this shit every 10 seconds. All right? Spirit damage. 300. Triple. It's triple versus disoriented targets. And if you hit a triple crit, it will probably kill somebody outright. Like instantly. Unless they're immune to spirit. Which is a nightmare thing too. Like there's immunities and resistances and stuff. Now, I think that's pretty much across the board on all difficulties, but it really comes into play in Nightmare. Because you have this, and you're like, oh, I'm going to spirit combo. Well, if they're immune to it, I don't care if you hit them for 50k. It doesn't do anything, right? They're immune to it. So, anyway, but yeah, that's a combo, that's a setup. So, if you have a mage in your party that has this upgraded, and you have Varric disorienting enemies that really need to be hit with the big guns. This is one of the big guns. And you also have, you have another tree. It's right here. Nobody's immune to this, but a lot of enemies are resistant to it. It's physical damage instead of spirit damage. And you can cast Stone Fist. It's only 200% versus disoriented targets, and they're already partially resistant to it as well. So it doesn't hit them near as hard. But it can knock them on their ass. Physical force 4 times, twice. 2 times, 4 times. I don't think it's 6 times. I think it's 8 times. Anyway, even if it's 6 times, you can knock somebody across the map with this. And if they're disoriented, you can do a decent amount of damage. But there's a lot of physical resistance with a lot of enemies in the game. All right, so like there's that. Anyway, those are combos. Like, warriors can produce staggers. Fenris is amazing at staggers, right? Fenris isn't as tanky, but he's amazing offensively creating staggers, right? Like, Aveline can produce staggers. What's cooldown? 15 seconds? -5? Every 10 seconds, she can produce a stagger and produce multiple staggers. So if you have an AoE stagger detonator, if you will, I don't know, that's more of a Mass Effect 3 term, but it's the same thing. Mass Effect 3, Dragon Age 2, they work the same way. Combos, setups, detonations, right? Prime detonator, prime detonator, prime detonator. It takes all these enemies that you can't possibly kill individually and just nukes the shit out of them. And you have certain things that are friendly fire in Dragon Age 2, which wouldn't be a thing in Mass Effect 3. But Mass Effect 3, everything's a combo. So that's what makes it so friggin' amazing above all the other Mass Effect games. Except Andromeda takes that to like another level. It's not only like extra combos on everything, but it like looks really cool too. So it's not a Mass Effect game, but Andromeda is a really good RPG. Because it takes all these combos and all these tactics and applies them to your party in the game. With some crafting and other shit that other Mass Effect games don't even have. Just put that in your pipe and smoke it. So if you never gave it a chance because somebody told you not to, I would strongly recommend going and playing that if you're an RPG fan. Andromeda is basically Kingdoms of Amalur in space, but even harder. There you go. So you should probably give that a shot. Especially you can get the game for damn near free at this point, I'm sure. As long as you can play it, I would definitely recommend doing that. Anyway, so staggers here, for example. So now, if you can get staggers produced as a mage, there are some things that do not have friendly fire. Like chain lightning is not friendly fire. And it does triple damage towards staggered targets with a decent electricity damage to multiple enemies. And if they're staggered, they will get nuked. And then we just discovered this. I didn't even really know this was a thing. This is friendly fire. You got to be careful, but it's 600. It's 6 times. It's not 3x, it's 6x. Right? And it's, physical damage is 46 as opposed to 53. So it's slightly weaker, but it affects a bigger range, and any enemy within that range, as long as it's not an ally, is going to get punched, like fisted. They're going to get fisted by the maker. You can make jokes out of that if you want to, right? And then you got Blood Mage here. Watch this. This is 76 damage as opposed to 50. It's actually 50% stronger. It ignores all enemy damage, resistance, and armor. And it's 5x, but it actually becomes twice as strong. 76 plus 38 is 114. 114 is double what? Actually, 114 is... Damn. That's only 92. Yeah, it's more than double. 114, let's see. Hold on a second. Let's see, what's this? 53? 114. It's basically twice this, twice. Right? Because that's only 300%, but then you got like 5, almost 600%. Right? So anyway, you stack all this together, and if you're in a big situation with like 100 demons in this game, and it's nightmare, and it's all like, you know, these things can two-shot you and this and that and blah blah blah, you need to kill everything like instantly. You can get your warriors out there, and if they can produce staggers, you can like whittle down an entire mob in 1 or 2 spells, which makes blood magic feasible because you're losing health every time you cast a spell. But hemorrhage is that third stagger combo. And if you look at it, I mean, check it out. Cooldown 20 seconds. Cooldown -5. Cooldown 10 seconds. And cooldown 30 seconds. You got a 10, 20, 30. By the time you hit the 30, the 10 is cooldown. By the time you use that, the 20 is cooldown. By the time you got the 10 and the 20 cooldown, the 30 is cooldown again. You can actually rotate this shit. Theoretically. This is why we're building this particular Blood Mage, just to see if it actually works. And I do have enough points for it by the time we get to the end of the game. I just want to take Blood Magic first because it's more fun. It's a lot of fun to rip somebody's freaking heart out of their chest by boiling their blood within them and ripping their spirit out of their soul. Because if you're going to kill them, you might as well make it look cool because, you know, just because. Anyway, so like that's basic theory crafting. And so if you approach every build, whether you're playing a two-hander, a sword and board, a dual wielder, fuck archers, that's boring. If that's your thing, do that. That's fine. I don't have anything to add to that at all. Playing a mage, you can ignore blood magic entirely and go straight just nuke artist with almost endless spellcasting ability. You don't have that hemorrhage and grave robber shit to where you can just like terrorize people while you're doing it. But I mean, it's still cool. It's probably even better in a way. But I don't know, this particular approach to blood magic, we just want to see if it's feasible and what kind of health pool we actually have to make these spells sustainable. Because if you're like killing yourself by casting this spell, and this spell, and by the time you're done, your health bar is this big, and if you accidentally step on a rad roach, you die, that's not feasible. You don't want to play the entire game like that. Glass cannon is one thing. Just killing yourself without any help, that's a complete other thing. So we'll see if it actually works. But it's all theory crafting. Like, play through an entire playthrough to build it from ground zero and see if the game is playable up until that point. And then once you reach your crescendo, where you're actually trying to be and your build becomes like kind of complete, if it's not sustainable, if it's unfeasible, then you're like, well, it was a good idea, but that didn't work. You know how many times I've done that in this game? How many hundreds of hours spent just theory crafting? It's like I could respec right now, but then I don't know how this build would actually play from the start. So you just start over, right? And a good game is worth that. You don't find that anymore these days. You just don't find it. So, yeah. Anyway, all right. So that's the approach to the game. That's where we're coming from. Your tactics have to work. So you either don't have to stop at all when you're playing, or very little. And you really don't really see combos really start coming into play until between like level 7 and level 10. If your tactics are set right and you pick the right skills. Yeah, I mean your talent selection has to be on point too. If it's not, then you can't do the things that you need to do, whether you set your tactics for it or not. You can't set a tactic for a skill that doesn't exist. So understanding what's a primer and what's a detonator. Just think about explosives, like TNT or something, or a grenade. A primer and a detonator. setting it up and then blowing it up and doing 10k more damage than you would normally do if you just attack the person with the big spell because you think it sounds cool. That's not a build. This isn't Skyrim. You can't just have all the point thingies and use all the point thingies because you got points for all the point thingies. That's not a fucking build. There's no such thing as a Skyrim build. Well, no, I take that back. You can't build in Skyrim, but you have to be the anti-Skyrim. You have to go the opposite of everything Skyrim gives you to work with to actually make it an RPG. So, I mean, you can make a build, but playing Skyrim according to Skyrim, there's no build. It's a fucking action game. It's Lara Croft in... Yeah, that's really what it is. Like, plain and simple.
Dog.
All right, so all we're doing right now is just building towards the point where we get enough stuff to actually work with and actually start creating some of this stuff. The game goes from, like, first gear to 6th gear with turbo here in, like, the next 3 or 4 levels. And then it becomes fun. I mean, like, I'm not saying it's not fun now. But, no, it becomes, like, really fun. Like, that's the shit that actually matters. Anyway. So, yeah, it says there's people here, so hey man. Hey everybody. I think this is the biggest stream we've ever had on a Monday. Ever. Since I've been streaming. Am I wrong? I don't know. Maybe what I'm looking at isn't what it is, but certainly seems pretty cool. Either way, hey, appreciate everybody showing up and hanging out and chatting. Like, I mean, what's the point of streaming if you can't just hang out and bullshit with all the people playing whatever game you're playing, right? That's definitely the biggest part of it. Yeah, hypothesis testing. That theory crafting is hypothesis testing. That's exactly what it is. Okay, I got this idea. I'm going to tweak this one thing. I'm not going to take this, and I'm going to take that. And I'm going to spend 100 hours testing that shit to see if it actually works. And it'd be like, okay, 51% of the time it worked, 49% of the time it didn't. Is that a big enough reward to actually use it? Probably not. But at least you found out the hard way. If you're an RPG player, it's not work anyway. You can get burned on a game for a while and say, okay, I'm gonna step away. I'll come back and play it later. I've done this enough. You know, there is that. There is fatigue in anything, right? But, okay, now here's the thing. I do not like, okay, this thing, I don't want to get really negative. You have to get really negative describing Anders. Anders is the worst of everything. Anders is the most evil antagonist in any video game ever. And he has so many parallels with the world that we're living in now, especially if you're an American or you live in the UK, or honestly, if you live in any of the outlying satellites of Eastern Europe right now, you would understand this. Because you've experienced atrocities that most of us have only seen in movies, and even that doesn't do it justice. I'm just going to put it that way. Anders embodies everything that's ever destroyed your quality of life. In any way, shape, or form, involving your wife, your husband, your children, your community, your society, your government, your anything. Anders embodies all of that. And it's in its purest form. Anders, okay, let's put it this way. Anders intentionally begged to be possessed, and the demon that possessed Anders went batshit crazy and became 300% more evil than it was entering Anders. That's how fucking evil this thing is. This makes John Wayne Gacy look like a nurse at your local hospital. That's what this thing is. from top to bottom. It's the most well-written character I've ever seen in a video game, but it literally has no chink in its armor anywhere. It is 101% pharmaceutical grade, evil, murderous, child molesting, rapist, pedophile, nasty. And there's no good thing in it. I've never seen a character actually written like that. That's what this thing is. If you don't see it, it's because you watch too much evening news, probably. And you're just conditioned to not be able to think for yourself. Not saying you're stupid, just saying just a little brainwashed. Which is, I think, pretty common to pretty much anybody these days. But yeah, that's what this thing is. That's how bad it is. So I'll just put it that way, and that's a really clean way to say it. I want to cuss this thing pretty much all the time throughout the entire game, and it's hard not to. Anyway, so there you have it. That's what you're dealing with here. So, yeah. But, so it's really hard. Okay. It's really hard to deal with this thing and coddle it. You have to coddle Anders with all of its bullshit. It actually conversationally, psychologically, mentally rapes you multiple times throughout the game. You tell the thing, shut the fuck up, and it's like, I know you only say that because you support everything I'm doing. And you're like, what the fuck did you just say? It will do that multiple times to you. It's not a he, it's not even a she, it's an it. And it was before it ever got possessed. So just put that on the shelf and think about it. Anyway, Anders gets 2 bonuses. So I don't plan on having Anders for the whole game, but you have Anders at least well into Act 3, which is like 90% of the game, right? And Anders is your one provider of haste until you find some way to provide it for yourself. And that's something you have to have in Nightmare. You have to have it. And they know that. So they stick you with this thing, and it's like the backhanded compliment that slaps you across the face. It's like the insult to your entire build. It's like the ironic thing. I don't know, there's probably lots of words for it. But that's literally how evil this thing is, and you have to tolerate it, and you have to like go along with the obvious evil bullshit to get Anders' favor. Now, Anders will make itself your friend even if you tell Anders you hate it. It will still make itself your friend. But if it does that along with you doing anything good in front of Anders, every time you tell the truth in front of Anders hates you for it. So if you're going to play through the game just being honest and saying, well, right is right, wrong is wrong, light is light, dark is dark, Anders hates you every time you fucking do that. Every time. So it's hard to get Anders' friendship. And you wouldn't want to be friends with a pedophile. I mean, this thing makes Michael Jackson look like a babysitter that you would hire. It's literally what this thing is. Just be clear about that. His friendship bonus is like 10% more damage to every single element type, which is fantastic. I fucking hate you, and everything you stand for is evil, so I'm not going to speak against it on purpose. All I have to do is tell the truth, and you hate it. That part of Anders, the rivalry, the enemy part of Anders, is supposed to give him plus 50 health regen. Not plus 2, not plus 5, plus 50. It doesn't play out that way in the game. Anders doesn't take damage, and you see his health bar just doing this, which is what plus 50 would actually do. It doesn't. At least not on the backwards compatibility it didn't. Here, this thing might actually be almost damn near invincible. Possibly. But the plus 10% damage to everything, if you're trying to kill everything before it can kill you, meaning that it can't hurt you if it's dead. That theory, that approach to any game, which is where Glass Cannon actually comes from. You can't kill me if you're dead, so I'm going to one-shot you before you can do shit about it. And then you're dead, and Okay, let's just move on. That is fundamentally sound. I mean, even the NFL proves that. If you got enough offense, who needs a defense? You can't outscore me because I'm going to hit you for 70 points every game. And there's not enough time on the clock for you to even score 35. I win. Several Super Bowls have been won like that. So that's, you know, anyway. So that approach to the game is what I go for. Having 10% extra damage, which really does seem to come into play, is a good thing. I just can't stand not trolling Anders every single chance I get. I hate Satan. I hate Anders the exact same way. And trolling that bitch just because you can, well, that seems pretty solid to me. So, anyway, I don't know. Having to cater your entire playthrough around Anders is like Anders is an entitled woke person that you have to do all the wrong things so you don't offend it with the truth. That's exactly what Anders is. About 10, 12 years before woke was even a word. Imagine that. This is foreshadowing by BioWare, making this character right here. As evil as it is, that's the shit you're dealing with nowadays. There you go. Anyway, so, I mean, like, which bonus do you want with Anders? The friendship or the rivalry? It's really hard to get the friendship with me because you have to just go against every bit of common sense that you actually have in your head. You have to make your character suck up to Satan, and that doesn't work with me. I don't know. I fuck it. Anders is not going to be around at the end of the game anyway, so just whichever way that goes. But anyway, that extra 10% damage to all element types is something. It primarily affects his staff, which is ironically uncomfortable. Magic staff. Anders really, unless you give Anders spirit abilities, Anders is really only has lightning, and that's pretty much it. I mean, you can give Anders some spirit stuff like Spirit Bolt or whatever. Outside of that, it's really just going to be like heal and haste and stuff like that. So whatever staff type it has should theoretically be stronger, whatever. I don't know. I mean, maybe it doesn't really matter. But yeah, anyway, that's what this thing is about, and so there you go. If you're gonna make Anders' arrival, though, you can definitely start right here. Just can't see befriending this thing. I just literally can't see it. We'll just take that health regen part of it, and like, I don't know. Like I say, Anders is really not going to provide a whole lot as far as elemental stuff goes, because you're not going to have enough points. I mean, once you get Anders getting haste, heal, heroic aura, all that type of shit. The way I've plotted out, crafted this character is towards Act 3 when you finally get to give it to Anders where Anders likes it, in the backside, and get rid of Anders. You should be able to at least cast basic haste for your party at that point. I set aside 5 extra points at the end of the day so you can cast haste, heroic aura for yourself. And that's something that's really cool, because if you're playing a rogue or a warrior, once you lose Anders, you don't have that. Bethany will be gone. You can get her back, but she's still going to be gone during that point, and you don't have any haste. And you don't have any heroic aura, and your party takes a serious dip, because heroic aura is like 10% crit chance, 10% damage, 15% attack, and something else. Like, it's one of the most, it's the most powerful buff in the game. So, yeah.
Strange occupation for a warden. Aren't you more about taint and death? Not healing and salvation.
Did the warden send you to bring me back? I'm not going. Those bastards made me get rid of my cat. Poor Sir Pouncelot. He hated the deep roads.
This is a demon actually trying to get you to sympathize with some creepy love of animals or something, sounding cutesy to knock you off guard. Just be aware of that every time this thing opens its mouth. It hates anything true, it hates anything good, and I know it attempts to murder an innocent mage at least twice in the game. Even though that's the thing that it claims to protect, it's just all about death and murder. That's what demons do. I mean, that's it, that's all. The more innocent it is, the more they want to murder it, because I guess they get some power out of that, some kick, some satisfaction out of it. Instead of raping women, they rape kids just to get that extra little kick of perverted evil satisfaction. Like, that's what this thing is about. So
I need to know how to get into the deep roads. You can tell me willingly or not.
Don't threaten me, little girl.
Or what, little girl?
You can't imagine what I've come through to get here. I'm not interested. Although, a favor for a favor.
You never know who's talking.
Does that sound like a fair deal? You help me.
The flesh
I'll help
lips
you.
or the demon lips or both. And it goes back and forth with each word, I think. Like, seriously. Okay, here's the best question you can ask, because this is literally going to summarize Anders as a character. Listen.
Let's be more specific. I don't do anything involving children or animals.
Why would you bring that up? Because this
I have
thing
a warden
does.
map of the depths in this area.
That thing does.
But there's a price. I came to Kirkwall to aid.
You know,
a
I
friend,
actually saw somebody
Mage,
cosplay
a
as this
prisoner in the
thing
wretched gallows.
at a convention.
The
I
Templars
actually saw
learned
it.
of my plans to free him.
And it was a girl.
Help me bring him safely past them, and you shall have your maps.
I'll just leave that there and not say anything about it. But how would you cosplay as this thing? Like, you have to hate yourself in every sense of the word in real life to cosplay as this thing intentionally at a convention. Remember, BioWare fans were so fucked up that they shut down the BioWare forums when Inquisition came out. They shut down the forums. They weren't even willing to moderate that type of toxicity. And remember the political environment, especially in the West, when that game came out. What they were fighting against, what they were promoting. And you see the fruits of that labor now, even though people are actively fighting against it and trying to undo a lot of that damage that was done. This is real life stuff. Yeah, I actually saw that and I'm like, how could you even do that? How could you even be remotely self-aware and do that? Well, I'm a fan of that character. How could you do that? Unless you're trying to portray something that's so perverted and satanic that, I mean, that almost has to say something about you. I'm not judging anybody. I couldn't wrap my mind around it. Like, how could you be that unaware to do that on purpose? I didn't get it. Still don't, actually.
Oh.
Anyway.
That's all?
I
might just take my
thoughts.
chances with the darkspawn.
Literal, actual, real, truthful thoughts that I had.
It is because they
when I saw that, I'm
anyone
like,
who befriends a mage deserves death without questioning.
It's like, I didn't get it.
Fighting them prove their point. They don't need more reasons to hunt us.
These are my terms. If you want my aid with your expedition, meet me in the Chantry tonight. I have sent word to Carl to be there. Make her willing, we will all leave free men.
So we're gonna finish looting here. I say, what level are we now? What are we, 6? We're not even 6 yet. Yeah, see, we got a ways to go. All right, so what we're gonna do here, we'll go turn in whatever we can turn in, and then we're gonna leave town real quick, go do some outside of Kirkwall stuff. Mainly go to the Wounded Coast. We definitely need to do that. Nice. Nice. 3. Okay. Remember, 3 silver is pretty decent at this level.
I'm not feeling it.
If we didn't have like Runes of Fortune and Amulet of Influence, this would be like $1.86, maybe 2.1 silver. So we're getting, I don't know, it feels like we're getting about a 50% upgrade in money. If you do that 100 times, that actual extra money gain actually starts to count towards saving sovereigns for later. So, yeah. That goes to the chapel, the chantry. We definitely go turn that in. Yeah, but we gotta leave Kirkwall.
Where else can we go? No.
All right, so we can go to here, and then we can go to the Blooming Rose and turn that shit in there. That's an extra sovereign and whatever XP and so on and so forth. We'll probably level with this, actually, if not real close. I think we level. Maybe not with this one, but the next one would definitely level.
Look what I found.
Okay, so like a really cool thing you could do before this game was updated for probably the last time is you could pull your weapon out like this and come up to this dude to turn in that quest and just spam the A button, and you could turn in this quest forever. You could turn in this quest until you hit level 50. That was literally a thing. Kind of like the girl with the traps in Origins, which actually still works, by the way. Kind of like that girl with the traps in Origins. You could just turn this shit in until you hit level 50. Like, seriously. And so you could play through the rest of the game from this point on at level 50. Meaning that the next time you step out, the first elite that you face, his health bar is actually longer than your screen. Like, if he runs to the far left of your screen, his health bar still trails off. Dude, it's awesome. But like, you go to like a weapons dealer or whatever, and you buy like a basic gray piece of shit weapon. The base damage on it is like, I don't know, 80 or something. Instead of like 5 or 6, it's like 80. I'm just, you know, I'm not giving you an actual number, but it was ridiculous. So you could just basically go pick up anything, and you could fill up most of your skill trees, and you could take your 2 specializations and fill up those 2, and dude, it's fun. Everybody should experience that at least once. You can still do it in Origins, though. You can go turn in traps to that girl and leave Lothering at max level, which I think in Origins, if you've got the Awakening DLC, I think max level is 35. I think it's 35. Maybe it's 30. It's 30 or 35. I could go look it up, but yeah, you could still do that. Even on the backwards compatible, you could still do that. You can go just leave Lothering at max level, and you're gonna have way too much money. and you'll be max level, and then it's basically experiencing the game scaled all the way up to max level from the start. You can play through the entire game like that. I think that's worth doing too. We might make a stream out of it one day. We'll pick a class and then we'll just max level that shit at Lothering and just go on from there. Which means you got to go to. I mean, the first thing that you got to find some weapons. Seriously. Anyway, good times though. Definitely good times. Okay, so there's something to consider here as well. This doesn't really affect any of this because you're not going to get any extra money from this by doing this. But if you do the Wounded Coast thing,
I heard you
with the Canary, the explosive powder.
I had never thought.
Like I said, we should level up with these two. If you do the explosive powder thing, then you go get Merrill and go through the cave on the way to Sundermount, and then you go do the bone pit. You'll have the ingredients with that, just specifically that, to make runes of fortune that you can start putting in other people's gear. Problem is, don't really have a lot of gear to put it in. Don't have DLC. So, not really going to get the same return here. But having the ability to do it, we do have at least one or two items we can actually throw a rune in. It's not going to get us a huge return, but it's something. We got a shield for Aveline, for example. We got,
what is that stench?
I think, a pair of boots here, right? Minimal stuff. I mean, it's a little bit of extra money. You want to get it as early as possible if you're going to use it, because you need to be getting the extra money from each coin drop throughout the rest of the game. And then there's specific coin drops that actually, they're like significant. They're like sovereigns. So getting like 10% of something that's already dropping you like 8 sovereigns, that actually pays for the rune and some that you actually used, and then everything else is profit. Every single coin drop you get throughout the rest of the game is going to be increased by that small increment based on the rune and whatever piece of gear you have it put in. Armor is the best. Companion armor is the best. Then your armor is the second best. Then I think it's shields. And then it's like boots. No, maybe it's gloves. It might be gloves, then helmets, then boots, or something like that. Anyway. But you're spending, I think Runes of Fortune costs like 30 silver. 35 silver or something to make. So you have to make a solid 35 silver extra profit off of something just to justify the cost of that rune. So it needs to be like a big money drop or a lot of little money drops. So if you're just doing like minor shit towards the end of Act 1, when you're going to replace those rune slots with other things so that you can survive the Ancient Rock Wraith, for example, then you're not getting near your return. So either get those runes early or don't get them at all. And just roll with Varric having one in his armor until you have to replace it in the deep roads, and just go with it. But even so, I mean, honestly, if you can get one or two really good sovereign drops from something with those runes in place, they pay for themselves. and then any little bullshit after that, it's profit. It's something. It's extra. So you basically need these runes as early as possible, or don't even bother. Don't even go for it. Just once you get the stuff to actually make them, just wait till Act 2, and then maybe make some then, and then put them in your shit. Pretty much. So... So we definitely have to go do this. And I totally have a staff to actually deal with this bullshit. So, all right, give me a second. I'm gonna go pee. All right. So we got fire for right now, right? I'm glad I bought this fire staff because this has made this playable. Because half of the shit we're actually dealing with is immune to frost, except the Canary, which are super uber extra weak to frost. So there you go. All right, so what was I going to do? I wasn't going to do a 3-to-1, right? I think I was going to do... You got 3-to-1 and you got 5-to-2. Got 2-to-1, 5-to-2, and then 3-to-1. I think I was going to do a 5-to-2. Or was I going to do a 7-to-2 instead of a 4-to-1? 70-20? I don't think that's enough. I think 50-20. That's 5-2. It's not quite 3-1. I mean, we could just straight up do 3-1. 60-20. That's 3-1. Maybe. I think it's. I was actually considering 7-2, which is. Y'all remember? I actually said it out loud. I was like, this is the math that I want to actually use. It's pretty much magic to Constitution. Constitution is your spell casting. Willpower is only to equip gear. That's all it's good for. So it's essentially irrelevant. Now, if I'm not playing a Blood Mage, shit, at least 3-1. 60-20 seems, I'm trying to like what would you say, push it a little bit, like instead of 60-20, 70-20. I don't think that gives us enough health to cast our spells. I don't care what our reduction is with blood magic and blood magic equipment, tools, weapons, armor, etc., all that bullshit. Not assuming that we can even find a lot of that in the game. I mean, some of that shit has to be lucky drops, like you find gloves or boots or, I mean, even a set of armor that actually gives you that, you probably want to go with that. Now, there is a set of armor you can buy in Act 3 from the Black Emporium. I think it's the Robes of Unblemished Cleanliness. It's expensive as shit, but if you don't buy cold-blooded and you just trust your cold staffs that you actually just get in the game. I remember one time I was not playing a mage, but I found a cold staff that was basically as strong as cold-blooded and had the blood magic, 0.25 mana per blood spent, or whatever, right? It was basically cold-blooded 2.0, but it was free. It didn't have a rune slot in it. Okay, fine, but whatever. It was still just gangster shit, and it was free. Save you 120 sovereigns. I mean, the odds of finding that again, pretty slim. I get it. But, I mean, if you're going 3-1, that's 30. I put a point into Constitution. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I was not going 3-1. Or maybe I was. If I was going 5-2, it'd be 50-20, 23-11. I probably thought 5-2, maybe 3-1. Let's just go 3-1. Let's keep it simple. Let's do 3-1. I think 7-2 is a little bit ambitious. Four to 1 is 80-20, and that's you're just not going to have the health. You need some health pool, and hope to get something from your gear as well, and even some health regen. I would say the Amulet of Cerebos, but honestly, there's two amulets that I would use as any mage. I would use the one that I've got right now, which is extra % damage on shit that you use all the time, like, fire and frost, or go with the rogue amulet you can buy. I think it's like the amulet of the something fox or something. Anyway, it gives you like crit chance and crit damage. And then there's a ring like that too. The ring of the puzzle ring of the fox, or whatever it's called, doesn't really matter. And it's like crit chance and crit damage as well. So it's not going to give you any benefit towards blood magic ratio to mana, but the crit chance and the damage is over the top. But if you just ignore Constitution and just put everything into damage, and then the first time you cast a spell, your health is like it, you know, you're killing yourself. Casting 2 spells, you're almost dead already. You have to actually stop, heal, just to cast another spell. Like that is not sustainable. That's not cool. And I do not like we're ignoring the spirit tree, so we're actually not getting any bonus critical chance. Now you'll get that shit from Heroic Aura will give you 10%. If you had the spirit tree, that'd be 20%. Then if you had a couple amulet and ring combos, you can get that shit up to about, I don't know, 35, 40%. Now it's almost 50-50. At least 1 out of 3 spells that you cast are going to hit for crits. See, that's why I just really down with critical chance, because but you have to stack it. If you've only got like 10 or 20 critical chance, it's mediocre. Every once in a while a spell will hit. You get that shit into the 30 to 50% range, you hit that shit pretty often. And if it's a stagger combo or whatever, a disorient combo, yeah, it hits like not 5 times, but like 20 times 5 times, you know, 100x instead of like 5x. Like it's really significantly better. So I say we go 3-1. I say 3-1. And if we still have plenty of Constitution, if it's not enough, then we could spend a level and just dump into Constitution or 2, and just say, okay, 3-1 is too much. 5-2, 50-20 sounds good, but 60-20 sounds better if we can get away with it. The way I used to play it, it was 40-20. It was 2-1. Like right now, 26, it would be like 26-13. I want to make this 3-1. Yeah, seriously. Okay, so none of that. Got that. That's cool. We're ignoring this, which I hate. Now we can start hitting combos with Aveline. If we take this instead of fire right now. Because Aveline is about to start setting up combos. Watch. You know what? Let's just do that. Let's start setting up combos right now. That's why we built this mage in the first place. It's specifically to combo. So yeah, AMCAP. AMCAP. Not ASAP, but AMCAP. As many combos as possible. True story. All right, so now we get this to 26. Now, she is a 2-1. 2 strength to 1 constitution. She got 50 strength. She should have 25 constitution. But you need to get her willpower up there, too. Right? So, the next level, what's her attack? 84%? When we get Anders is going to bring in Heroic Aura, which is going to give us a 15% attack, which is going to turn that 84 into basically 100. So, yeah. But anyway, 26-13, 28-14. Then the next level after that, at level 8, make that 14 willpower. And her attack should be 100, which means she's going to hit as often as possible. 100% attack is... certain enemies are actually immune to a certain percentage of attack. It goes from like normal is like 10%. I think elites are 20%. Bosses are 30, and then elite bosses are 40, which means if you have 100% attack, you're still only hitting them 2 out of 3 times. Like actually, hitting them full strength. Abilities like talents apparently always work, but whatever. Anyway, so let's go with that. So now she can create staggers. I can exploit staggers. And then level 7, what we'll do is we'll do this. Level 7, we'll go over here and we'll take this just to start. And then we won't be able to add on to this until level 11 and 13. This will be like the last thing. This is right before you fight the Ancient Rock Wraith. You get this. Knockdown resistance, stun resistance, which means she does not need... Oh, no. Actually, she does. No, she needs this too. Anyway, yeah, knock back, knock down, and stun immunity. She can't be knocked back, knocked down, or stunned ever. Anyway, all right, so now Carver. Now here's stagger chance. This is something Fenris has, but the stagger chance is 20% versus normal enemies on a critical hit. All right, so this gives you a 10% crit chance, but then Fenris gets like another 20% crit chance off that Lyrium Ghost bullshit, and then if you give him control, he gets another 10%. He gets like 40 crit chance right out the chute. He's almost 50-50. Every other time he swings, he has a 1 in 5 chance of staggering multiple enemies. So now Aveline actually has something similar. In that she can she has a guaranteed stagger on whatever she's aiming at, which means that's even a dragon. That's like Orsino, Meredith, a high dragon, the uber ultimate extra endgame boss, whatever. She can stagger it, guaranteed. And then anybody near that boss also gets staggered. Do you understand how valuable that is? Because she can use this shit literally every 10 seconds. Those are 10-second increments that you actually have with your character. That's 20 seconds. This will eventually be 10 seconds. Right? 15 minus 5. 10 seconds. And then 30 seconds. Right? Stagger nukes. The only one that's friendly fire is the one that's used most often. So, yeah, and it costs 40 mana. So if you reduce that by a third, that's 13 mana. Maybe 14. 12, 13, 14, whatever. That doesn't really matter. But you can use that, like, a lot. It costs 40 mana. What does Chain Lightning cost? 30 mana. 30, 40, and then what does this cost? 60. 30, 40, 60. Yeah. So it's literally 30, 40, 60, 3, 4, 6, based on the amount of time it actually takes to cool down. So you want to reduce that by a third. You want it to be not 30, 40, 60. You want it to be 10, 20, 30, basically. And even that's 60 points of health. So you want to be able to manufacture some health based on your gear and whatever. So you have to have some constitution to even cast this. Like right now, if we were to cast this, we'd be left with what? Our health is 105. We could not cast all three of those spells as we sit. We'd kill ourselves casting those three spells in order. Right now. All right, so yeah, our health is only 105. We need to get that shit into the 300 range, to where when you cast those three nukes, you still got, 2/3 or better of your health left. So now we can start reducing the cost. Doesn't have to be 30, 40, 60. It can be 10, 20, 30, basically, which is actually 60. So, I mean, if we had all that reduction, we had both the blood magic upgrades, and we had at least 4 pieces of gear that had blood magic buffs, we can make it like a 3-to-1 ratio. At least a 2-to-1. At least 2-to-1. So yeah, it just depends on how hard you actually want to push it. Definitely a thing. Alright,
To arms!
Piece of cake! You're pathetic!
Go down!
that's what a combo looks like.
Line them up for me. I'll take them down.
Nice.
Easy as pie.
Dude, garbage, man. Like, serious garbage. serious garbage, man. It's garbage. It's garbage. It's garbage, I say. No, not Lloyd. It's, what's his name? In Origins. Wade. Wait, it's garbage. It's garbage, I say. It's garbage. This is trash. I wouldn't put this on a festering swine. Oh, man. Well, that's just simple. That definitely takes care of assassins. Just got to be able to nuke them. And if Aveline is just shield bashing the shit out of everybody, you can nuke assassins. Combos early and often. Definitely a way to go here. And then once you get haste, it's combos with haste. When you're doing that shit at like 2 to 3 times superhuman speed, oh man. Oh, then it's really going down. Like seriously going down.
We're good to go.
We need to actually find some loot here. I wouldn't mind an electric staff. That'd be fantastic. Okay. Yeah, see, this is bullshit. Like, this is absolute trash.
Ordered.
brutal. Yeah, that's trash. Like complete trash. Loot drops. And I've got the enemy drop better equipment armor on too. It doesn't seem to be doing a single thing. Right, everything else here is frost though, so that's cool, I guess. Whatever. See, she's got that, but I mean, like that really fits perfect with her. God damn it. Oh, wow. Really? Okay, so Varric. Oh, yeah, Varric doesn't have. No shit. Varric is going to be with us the entire time. No shit. What the fuck am I even doing? All right, Varric is just pimping. he's just getting that money, yo. Getting all that money. Well, I don't have blood magic yet, but I'm not using this. Yeah, okay, we'll just save that for Anders. Yeah, Varric is going to be with us literally, like, forever. Even if we have to do a Sebastian side quest, Varric is just going to be here forever. He can have this forever. We don't have any DLC stuff. There's a DLC amulet that comes with the Rogue pack or something, right? Yeah, whatever. All right, let her have. Dude, what the fuck? What is her constitution right now? 13. She still can't have that. Well, I'm not going to break my build. It's going to be 28-14, then she can use that. And then 30-15 at level 8, and then level 9 we'll get this shit to 15 as well. So, yeah, that works. That's fine. She doesn't need that shield. She's doing just fine. But I say we just go kill some shit like really, 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 really extra fast, even without haste.
Get ready! Nicely done.
Get that money, man. What was that? Y'all ever seen Straight Outta Compton? What does Eazy-E say? Get that money, man. That's all they live for, and that's what they died for. Well, that's a sad lesson in the telling, but whatever. Get that money. It is a scene in the movie.
And here we go again.
4 silver a pop. That's pretty cool.
We're under attack.
Absolute garbage, bro.
Surprise. There.
Nice. 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 I got 9 off the Sarah boss and 9 out of that chest, so shit, that's like some level 12 caliber shit, so that works for me. This is where you try to find some gear, like an extra free staff or something. Nah, man, it gave me a fucking greatsword. Like, this is one of those playthroughs where that's just, it's just what it's gonna do, man. A short bow, a greatsword. Dude, I'm playing a fucking mage. I don't need... Seriously? Dude. That's annoying. That's, like, seriously annoying. True story. Just bad. Nice. I win. Yeah, we need to just go find a merchant. Like, I mean, seriously, like, at this point. Dude, that shit hits so hard.
This goes on too long. Finish it. I've got this one. It's your turn. Julius, I am in.
Beautiful. That's Butimus. Butimus and Fabuful. Fabulicious. All right.
Love doing that.
That's some free boots. Can I get a fucking staff? Anywhere at all? Ever? Just once? That'd be awesome. Just once. Dude, this is the worst RNG I've experienced, like, ever. Dude, I'm playing a fucking mage. Why is the game avoiding the only thing that I can actually use? Ever. This is fucking trash, actually. This is garbage. This is, like, seriously not cool. Wow. Okay, yeah. Okay, 30 fucking levels, 20 different fucking areas in multiple parts of the map that I don't get a single weapon that I could actually fucking use unless I buy it for myself. An absolute piece of shit that I have to spend my money on, and the game can't drop anything involving my class that I'm actually playing. You think the game doesn't know that I'm playing a fucking mage? I can't get a single staff ever. Not even fucking once. Ever. That's kind of interesting. How it's not even happened fucking once. I have a problem with that. True story. Bitch. Okay, you know what we're gonna do then? We're gonna do this. Right now. While the shit that we actually paid for is actually worth something.
How can these nighttime streets be so dangerous?
Shut up, Carver. Just shut the fuck up. Fire resistance. Stupid.
We should clear these idiot thugs out.
I agree. Everyone, that's crazy. That's a lot. Who's still here? Oh, wow. Just me at this point? That's weird. Alright, sorry. Just looking at something. This would be a good time for fire, but, I mean, you can't have everything, so...
To arms! Now you fall! It's too much! Right there!
You got us through that one. Good start.
We're getting all kinds of change from these How much money do we have now? We got like 5 sovereigns just from just cruising around, just doing stuff. As long as this just gets us through this part here, I'm cool. Need a frost staff for this. There we go. It's going down.
Why, hello there. Remember me? Your uncle still owes us. But I figure, why bleed a stone? You've done so well, after all.
I've done so well because I've carved my way through half of Kirkwall. You really want to cross me?
You spurned my offer, and lost us some serious coin. I intend to take what you owe, with interest.
Or die.
Now we fight.
That could happen too.
Go down! And stay down.
Be careful if you're
The motherfucker disappeared again.
Favorite hangout of crime bosses and tax collectors.
How about you? You got that? You bastard!
Waste of life?
How's this thing surviving and surviving and surviving and surviving and no, man, you don't get to do that. Dude, that is so glitchy. That is so garbage.
Market's closed.
Such bullshit. Such bullshit. Varric didn't have to get injured there if the game would have played like Dragon Age. If the game would have just not been completely fucking broken. True story, man. That's just bullshit. Whatever, man. Yeah, that's bullshit. That was actual bullshit. Gotta switch again. Annoying. I'm not saving here. I feel like if we get wrecked here,
So it begins.
I would just annoyingly be just call it a day at that point.
What a mess.
Get wrecked, bitch. Oh my god, how many of that? Dude, that was, what is that, a double spawn? A double spawn. Like double, like literally 2x spawn. Like, seriously. That's exactly what the fuck that was. Wow. Okay, well, okay, if we did it, then that means we're doing all right, right? I guess. A 2x spawn, that's I still can't find a single fucking weapon anywhere at all. I'm getting rid of, you know what, I'm just getting rid of this. Actually, we might actually find something if I just get rid of this thing, because it says it's doing what it's not. I'm just getting rid of that. Now let's see what happens. Watch, I'll pick up like 5 weapons in the next 5 seconds or some stupid shit like that. Seriously. Watch. I seriously don't doubt that actually happens. Watch there be a staff in this box. No, it's another fucking bow. Because we're playing a rogue, right? Yeah, we've gotten 18 fucking bows out of loot drops. Because we're playing a mage. It's about as bad as it gets, to be honest. It's about as bad as it gets. This is fucking horrible. Nice robes, though. These robes complement Hawk's hips. Hawk's hips.
Calm at the moment, but even Hightown has its troubles.
All these guards are doing is politically protecting the nobles from what the nobles are making happen. You know, the nobles in Kirkwall welcome in blood mages and actually protect them, house them, and hide them away in their mansions. And then the blood mages, being woke people that they are, turn on their saviors and use their noble benefactors as sacrifices so they can summon more demons to murder everybody in Kirkwall. That's what actually happens. Misguided nobles using politics to support evil, and then guess what? It bites them in the ass. Does that sound familiar if you've actually lived on this planet for more than 5 minutes? Anybody? Just saying.
You go through me before there! Save me, you balls! Go down! I'll cut you open! That's enough! Get back!
Oh my god, man. I need to get rid of Carver. Carver is absolute dog asshole. Dog asshole in human form. Still better than Anders, though. Just saying.
I saw Carl go inside a few minutes ago. No Templars so far. Are you ready?
I didn't see anyone suspicious out here. Let's do this fast.
All right. I'll handle the talking. You watch for Templars.
See anybody suspicious except the 300 people dressed in guard uniforms trying to kill me, even though Aveline is in my party. I didn't see anybody suspicious.
When we find Carl...
Aveline got something to say about that? Just asking, just throwing that out there. Just FYI. Hey, Aveline, you got anything to say about all these guard pretenders that have infiltrated your ranks, pretending to be guards while they, I don't know, kill any innocent person that exists in the city? Got anything to say about that? Oh, you don't have anything to say about that. That's interesting. Well, go figure. Actually, might be the first thing we can actually use. Yeah, better than that. Seriously, that's the first thing I can use this entire playthrough so far. This has gone really badly on that front. As far as that's concerned, it's gone really badly. Now we got to hear Anders' excuses why he is forced to murder a constituent just because they're tranquil. Meaning that it's so batshit crazy, it's more of a blood mage than Anders is. And any moment of peace that it might have, it demands to be executed. And Anders actually agrees. Why do you murder somebody if they're not in their right frame of mind? And then woe people actually support this decision, but publicly in the real world, they would cry against it and even willing to throw themselves in front of a moving car to protest this shit, but yet they support it and promote it here. It's called hypocrisy. It's called a double standard. It's called, I'm 100% left, but then I'm 100% right. Well, I'm 100% left, but I'm 100% right. But I'm totally grounded, even though I'm in outer space. And I'm 100% north, even though I'm 1,000% south, which means I'm 1,000,000% west, which means I'm... What the fuck is that? That's a boat on a fucking stormy sea without a rudder or a sail being tossed about everywhere, thinking they have an actual opinion and an actual voice when they're really just Satan's asshole taking a fucking verbal shit on the entire planet. Calling themselves progressive, politically correct, and woke with a rainbow flag. Evil, 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 evil. Doesn't get any worse than that, man. And everybody has to suffer accordingly.
I knew you would never give up.
Because you're not allowed to execute these pieces of shit.
Why are you talking like... I was too rebellious.
That sucks.
Like you. The Templars knew I had to be made an example of.
No.
How else will mages ever master themselves? You'll understand, Anders. As soon as the Templars teach you to control yourself. This is the apostate.
No!
And it proves exactly why you need to execute these woke pieces of shit. Well, here's the proof. The proof is in the pudding, as they say. Hey, grab this shit. God damn it.
Anders, what did you do? It's like You brought a piece of the Fade into this world. I had already forgotten what that feels like.
What did you do? Not the Fade part.
Not the Fade part, but the
angry
abomination turning
like
a
a gateway
demon
to the Fade
into a
inside you,
2x
glowing
demon
like a beacon.
because you're more perverted than a demon could ever be.
Unique
Ever?
circumstances, yes.
You're 100%
But Carl, what happened?
more evil than a
How did
demon
they get
could
you?
ever be?
The
If it was
Templars here
10
are
times
far more
more evil,
vigilant
you're
than
still
in
more
Ferelden.
evil than that?
They found
What
the
did you
letter I was
actually
writing.
do? Wait, who the
You
fuck
cannot
are you?
imagine it,
Wait,
Anders.
what the fuck
All
are
the
you?
color, all the music in the world.
Oh,
gone.
you're woke? Oh, okay.
I would gladly give
Well,
up
that makes
my
sense.
magic. But this, I'll never be whole again.
Fuck the furry
Please,
pauldrons.
kill me before I
Anders
forget
should
again.
have rainbow
I don't know how you
pauldrons
brought it back, but it's fading.
bringing abominable shit
Oh,
into the
no.
world and everything it says and does. Its entire existence is the definition of 101% pharmaceutical grade evil. And it voted for Kamala too. So yeah, there you go. Oh, okay. Hey, don't murder your fellow fucking mage that was made tranquil for a reason, because if you weren't made tranquil, then how fucking evil is this motherfucker to be made tranquil?
The Tranquil I've met seem content with
Like,
their
how
lot.
bad is Carl,
Maybe
actually?
it's not that bad.
Because Anders
You
is
have
never
no
made
idea.
tranquil, and Anders never lives
Your
up to
emotions,
any of the shit
your dreams,
that it says that
everything stripped
happens
away
to
on
mages.
someone's whim.
It doesn't ever exist
If I
in the
were made
history
tranquil,
of the
I
entire
would
Dragon
wish for
Age
a friend
universe,
compassionate
yet
enough to
it
kill
has
me.
to murder
Carl,
its fellow fucking tranquil mage.
Now, it's fading.
Why
Maybe
does
look
it
at it
have
like
to do
that.
that? You can't talk Anders out of murdering something because it's fucking woke. It's 100% evil. It's the opposite of anything good. It screams every time it hears the truth,
should leave
and it
before
has
more
to commit
Templars come.
violence and harm and death upon anything that it touches. It's woke. It's liberal. It's left. That's what it does. It invites Satan and fucking hates God. That's what it is. If you don't see that, well, then
So,
you're just
let me
intentionally
guess.
stupid, I guess.
This is the
I don't know.
part where you tell me you're an abomination?
You're wrong. But not far wrong. This is hard to explain. When I was in Amaranthine, I met a spirit of justice who was trapped outside the Fade. We became friends, and he recognized the injustice that mages in Thedas face every day.
Just say whatever you have to say.
To live outside the Fade, he needed a host.
Willingly
I offered to
offered
help him.
yourself to
We
a
were going to
possessing
work together.
demon.
Bring justice
Any
to every
spirit
child
trapped
ever
on this
ripped
side
away
of
from his
the
mother to be sent to the surface.
veil
But
is the definition of a
I guess I
demon.
had too much anger.
This motherfucker
Once he
invited
was
a
inside
demon
me, he
and was 10,000 times
changed.
worse, more evil than the demon itself. If a demon ever possessed a woke person, the demon would be like, I thought I was fucked up, but this is at next level. Stupid fucking evil. True story? True story.
That really didn't look like a happy, benevolent spirit from where I was standing.
The Templars will think the same. We're friends with a monster.
Even Carver gets
Since
it.
when is justice
Even Carver
happy?
understands.
Justice is righteous.
That's when you know this motherfucker
Justice
is
is
really
hard.
bad.
But
Even
my
Carver
anger,
gets it.
When I see Templars now, things that have always outraged me, but I could never do anything
Bethany
about.
is seduced almost immediately
out.
by this piece of shit, though.
And
So
he
this
is no
thing is
longer my friend,
basically
Justice.
molesting
He
and
is a
raping
force
your
of vengeance,
sister
and he has no grasp of mercy.
if you're not playing a mage. Can you control it?
Can you bring him out at will?
No. He comes only when I've lost all power over myself.
Oh, so you're possessed.
It's a
Okay.
madness,
Well,
a
at least
frenzy.
you admit that,
I
and
only
you don't
find
even
out
know that you
after what I
admit
might have
that
done.
because you're fucking stupid woke. You don't even know that you're admitting that. Good to know.
I just need your Grey Warden expertise, not a diatribe on your strange personal habits.
True story.
Here. These are all the documents I have for this area. I can understand if you would rather me not join you personally. I cannot
No,
control
A,
my
you
need for
can't
vengeance.
understand it because you're woke stupid.
I would ask no
You're-
one to take on the
you're
dangerous traveling
Satan
with me.
incarnate.
I will be here
A,
in
you
my
can't
clinic if you
understand
need me.
that. No, you can't. But gotta have somebody that can cast haste. So, fuck. I guess we're stuck with this fucking thing. Which really sucks. So, we gotta figure out. It's level 7. We need this at level 7. So we just do that. Got 3 points. Damn. I mean, if you don't do this, hey, what's up, Joe? What's going on? Good morning to you. Yeah, what time is it, actually? Oh shit, man, it's like 2:30 here. What time is it where you're at? Okay, Damn. Okay, I guess we can get Stonefist involved. Just do this a little bit differently. Right? Let's do this a little bit differently. All right, so let's see. I'm doing this like seriously differently than I ever would. All right, let's see. Self, any activate mode. Okay. I don't have haste yet, so let's just clear this shit. Turn this off. Haste will be first, and then oh, I don't have any health. Son of a bitch. Okay, whatever. Okay, let's see. Okay. Enemy status. Disoriented. Stability Stone Fist. Self. Man up below 25%. This item. Lyrium Potion. But man, we burned up all of our heals, apparently. Doing that stupid shit. Enemy. Target using attack type. Ranged. Attack. Alright, so the next thing we get is actually, like, haste. We need to turn this into a health potion. Atlanta? Oh. Nah, I don't know, man. I don't really think so. Atlanta, man, they got a strong ass defense, and y'all can put up some points. Okay, that New England bullshit, it's just like, okay, whatever. But with Penix healthy and Drake London being probably one of the top 3 receivers in the entire league, and then Bijan Robinson being one of the top 3 running backs in the entire league, and then what is his name? Kyle Pitts? I guess your tight end being one of the top 3 tight ends. Well, maybe not top 3, but I'm definitely top 10. 100% top 10. Probably top 5. I don't know, man. You all got the key pieces in place. And a really good defense. Like, your defense is, it's better than Buffalo. It's better than Baltimore. I'd say it's easily as good as Green Bay. My team is Green Bay. I'm a Green Bay. I'm a Packer fan through and through. But yeah, Atlanta. Nah, man. Y'all's record should be better. Y'all should have at least tied and had a chance to win that game this week. And y'all had injuries that prevented you from winning 1 or 2 other games. Y'all could easily be... Has Atlanta had their bye yet? I don't know. Y'all could easily be 5-3, 5-4. I don't know if Atlanta's had their bye. I think you have. But if not, whatever. Anyway, bottom line is Atlanta could easily be 5-4 without a bye. Easily. Like they're that good. You're better than Carolina, and Carolina's actually a good team. I mean, they're not good, but they're a good team. And Atlanta's twice as good as Carolina. So, yeah, just think about that for a second. Y'all got rookies and other things going on and this and that and blah, 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 but nah, man. Oh, you already had your bye. Okay, so you could easily be 5-3 right now. Easily be 5-3. So what is Atlanta? 3-5? Now with that bullshit against fucking New England? Whatever. Okay, what does that mean? Y'all still got 9 games to go. I'm telling you, y'all could actually win the NFC South. You still seriously can. You're better than Tampa Bay. Atlanta is better than Tampa Bay. So, yeah, man, I don't throw in the towel yet. The injuries with Penix and London and Pitts and some other stuff like that is a thing. So yeah, don't discount that, man. Good. If I was an Atlanta fan, I'd be like, all right, man. Well, we're probably not going to the Super Bowl this year, but we got something to work with. Y'all got more to work with. Y'all got more to work with than Tampa Bay does. You got a young quarterback that's on the rise, getting better all the time. And you got one of the most gangster receivers and probably the most gangster running back looking forward, and a really good tight end and a strong-ass defense. Sorry, man. Now, if you're a Bengals fan crying about shit, I'd feel for you. But an Atlanta fan? No. They're not garbage. That is not hot trash. No, it's not. I'll trade you Jordan Love for Michael Penix right now. And just sacrifice this year. I would do that right now. As a Green Bay fan. I'll give you Jordan Love right now. And you give me Michael Penix right now. I would win that deal. True story. So. Well, I mean, you got youngsters. You know, anytime you try to meld youngsters with old timers, and old timers that really aren't that old, they don't have that much time under their belts, you're going to have that. You're going to have confusion. I'm a Green Bay fan. Dude, we have the youngest roster on the entire fucking league. And we still haven't gotten our shit together. Could you tell me if Green Bay is a passing or a running team right now? Could you tell me that? No, you can't. I can't tell me that. They have no fucking idea who they are. I don't know that they figure it out by week 14. I seriously don't think they figure it out. They have no idea. Now they lost Tucker Kraft, so honestly, whatever they should have been, they're not. So, yeah. I think we got twice as much reason to celebrate, and we got half as much reason to actually, legitimately celebrate. Jordan Love is the most overrated piece of shit on the face of the planet. The dude is fucking hot garbage. No, I mean like molten garbage. He's a hot trash can. And I think he's in league with the mob just throwing games. Because like seriously, you can't be that stupid on purpose at certain key moments. But that motherfucker has been doing this for years. Like, Jordan Love literally is being paid off by the mafia to be intentionally fucking stupid and being unable to throw an accurate pass anywhere at all. And then he shows that he can do it, but he's not doing it because he's being paid off by somebody to make sure you throw games against garbage fucking teams. Our fucking quarterback, if he died, the world would be a better place. If Jordan Love was dead, the world would be a better place. That's a true story. I don't mean not playing. I mean dead. The world would be a better place. So how would you like to have some false hope and then have your shit just thrown in the fucking dumpster fire? How would you like that? Actually, Atlanta is like that's some solid shit. I'd almost rather be an Atlanta fan right now. I hate to say it, but it's a true story. Right. I mean, y'all are actually a good passing team. You got a run game that can set up the pass. Green Bay has a really solid run game, but they don't know how to use it. So they try to use the run game to set up the pass when their pass game sets up the run. And they have no idea who they are. So, yeah, this is just rosters being squandered by, well, in my case, a piece of shit quarterback and a fancy coach that's like, you remember when you all had Chris Chandler? And his nickname was Chris Chandelier? My entire fucking team is a chandelier being treated like it's fine fucking crystal. Okay, sorry, fine crystal doesn't last in the NFL. Okay, it gets fucking shattered. Which is exactly what you see happening. They're a bunch of fucking pussies. And if they're not pussies, they're being treated like they're pussies and being coached to be pussies so that they're just a bunch of fucking pussies. So you take Micah Parsons, and Micah Parsons is second rate and you can't even get any pass rush? With Micah Parsons, you still can't get pass rush because you're treating your entire defense like it's a piece of fucking crystal. Like a crystal goblet that if you look at it wrong, it's just going to shatter. So we need to be careful with it until everybody's fucking got a season-ending injury. That's what I'm going through. They should be by far, according to the roster, league winners in terms of going to the Super Bowl and winning it by 40 points. That's what Green Bay should be based on their roster. The way it's being coached, they're lucky to win one game in the playoffs before they get a quick exit by a piece of shit fucking team that has no business even being there. That's what I'm suffering. So I'd rather have your team at this point. Yeah, not just sus. Suspect is, I'm not sure. No, you know it's a piece of shit. You know it's fucking garbage. Even the fans that don't really know a lot about football know that it's... If you made the coaching 10 times better, it would still suck by 100x. Based on what they're given to work with, you got all these tools to play with, and you have no idea what to do with them, and you're saying, okay, what are we good at? Let's stop doing that. What do we suck at? Let's do that all the time and set up the shit that we should be good at, which we are good at, but I'm never going to do that. Okay, that's just... Yeah, the flower. Matt LaFleur. The flower. Okay, flowers don't last in the NFL. Just saying. No, I totally feel you too. Like, that's definitely a thing. It's the thing. But, on a positive note, Dallas lost tonight. That's all that really matters. In other words, if I have no hopes of getting to a Super Bowl, even though I have a roster that should win the Super Bowl by 40 points, I have no hope of actually even getting there. At least I can luxuriate in Dallas fucking losing. That is my Super Bowl every year, is Dallas losing whenever they lose. Because I'm not getting there. Jordan Love is not getting there on his 27th fucking birthday. The bitch couldn't even win on his 27th birthday. He threw an intentional interception that fucking changed the entire course of the game. Again. On purpose. There's no excusing these types of plays that literally dictate the entire course of the game. Jordan Love is fucking rigged. That motherfucker is bought off by somebody. That piece of fucking shit. Since Trump invited him to the White House and he said, I'm not going to go because I'm a racist, woke piece of satanic shit and I'm not even worth $1, but I get paid millions to do something really, really badly, and I'm also being paid off by the mob to be a complete piece of shit on purpose. That motherfucker, if Jordan Love died in a fire, the world would be a better place. Died slowly in a fire so we could hear Jordan Love's screams until it actually fucking finally died and you could actually it would be dead. The world would be a better place. And if his mama has a problem with that, throw her in the same fire. Just saying. Does that sound harsh? Well, it doesn't make it less true. So there you go, man. That's about as personal as I could possibly hope to get, and hope it actually happens. Then maybe I can feel bad later, but probably not. Is that too strong? Y'all tell me if that's too strong. Yeah, I mean the players on the Cowboys, yeah, man, they got good players. But Jerry Jones, since that motherfucker took over and got rid of Landry and then got rid of everybody else that actually mattered, and every single fucking draft and all these wannabe fucking quarterbacks that are just perennial backups, including Dak. Dak is a perennial backup that can put up amazing stats. It's never going to win you anything. And Romo was never going to win you anything, and you can go all the way back. Aikman won, and then Jerry Jones took over, and, well, that went to shit, right? Do you realize since the salary cap came into play, Dallas has never won more than one playoff game in any series? Well, I don't know. When the salary cap came into play, they still had a roster in place, and they competed until those people either retired or got fucking traded off. But since then, they can't draft. And even if they could draft, they're so mismanaged by Lemonhead Jerry Jones that they've always been irrelevant. And their fans are so fucking arrogant because they have no football knowledge whatsoever that it just makes it worse. I fucking hate the Cow Patties and their fucking fans. The NFL would be better off without them. The team and their fans. Meaning with their team, meaning their owner. Gone. The NFL would be better without all that shit because their fans are ignorant. Their fucking ownership is fucking garbage. It's the opposite of the NFL. They're the worst fucking team on the face of the planet. Because they have more money than anybody else and they suck twice as hard because of it. They can't draft. They can't sign. They can't deal. How the fuck do you let Micah Parsons go? There you go. That's your management. If you didn't have that in the league, the NFL would be a better place. That's a fact. Fuck the Cow Patties and all their fans. Their fans are fucking stupid. The team fucking sucks. And their ownership makes them a laughing stock every fucking year. But they have so much money that it's an expensive joke, if you will. True story? True story. Oh, man, you didn't have to be so harsh. Why? Why? Because it's true? I don't really give a fuck. Fuck them and their fans. Now, I've known some people that like the Cowboys that are actually football fans. That's the exception. They're few and far in between. Most Cowboy fans couldn't tell you what a first down is. Unless the announcers tell them. Then they can tell you. From word of mouth. How fucking stupid is that? All right, anyway. All right, well, we got Anders now. I hate that what was your quarterback against New England? I hate that was his entire legacy. Matt Ryan. I hate Matt Ryan's entire legacy is giving up a 700,000 point lead in the last 2 minutes to fucking the cheating ass Patriots. I hate that is the legacy. Now, there's no way Atlanta should have beat Minnesota to face Denver in the Super Bowl. There's no way they should have beat Minnesota. Minnesota was supposed to go and torch Denver, but they had Green as their coach. And once again, coaching is underrated in the impact that it actually has on the team that you're coaching. It can destroy a roster that is basically unbeatable. So coaching is definitely everything. So Green being the worst fucking piece of shit that ever existed, yeah. And there's no reason Atlanta should have beat them. Minnesota gave you that NFC championship to go and be a patsy for the fucking Broncos. Atlanta had no business being there then. But Atlanta definitely had business being there against New England. And Matt Ryan's legacy is just somehow being a quarterback for a team that gave up a record amount of points in basically 5 seconds to fucking cheating ass goddamn Patriot piece of shit. Greatest of all time fucking quarterback that can't even throw more than 40 yards. Sorry, man. Not a fan of that. Yeah, Matt Ryan's legacy should not have been that. That destroyed his Matt Ryan was never ever going to do a single thing after that. Like his entire substance of being was shattered like fucking cheap plaster in that Super Bowl. Atlanta obviously was supposed to win that handily by at least 14 to 17 points. But no, the cheating ass Patriots somehow pull that shit out of their asshole. Whatever. Yeah. I like Atlanta. I actually do like Atlanta. The Chris Chandelier should have never been in the Super Bowl. But Matt Ryan, goddamn, man, proved that but coaching, play calling, destroyed that, and Matt Ryan had to pay the price for that. His legacy and career is destroyed by your play calling in that Super Bowl. Sorry, man. You should have buried those motherfuckers 72-3. But you didn't. Because rigged. Because New England Patriots, Belichick, Brady, got to be rigged, right? The Patriots should have lost to Carolina. The Patriots did lose to the Giants twice, and the Giants sucked. They were fucking garbage teams. I don't know how they made it to the Super Bowl. Eli Manning was the most inaccurate quarterback that ever made it to a Super Bowl. I mean, Jake Delhomme with the Carolina Panthers was more accurate than Eli Manning. And he was fired from the Saints. If you remember back in those days, right? New England Patriots. Super Bowl record, what? 6-3? Actual, what the game should have been? Super Bowl record. 1-8? Is what it should have been. That's the quality of their teams, and Brady being the most overrated quarterback in the history of ever. And I don't give a fuck how many trophies that fucking cheating piece of shit got. Dude couldn't throw 40 yards. And if you beat them, you still lost. Like the Oakland Raiders. If you beat them, you still lose. How's that possible? Never seen anything like it. Goes all the way back to 9/11 conspiracy. The Patriots. Quote unquote. Pieces of shit. Fucking cheaters. Garbage. Trash can ass quarterback called the greatest of all time. What the fuck does that mean? No, you're not. Tom Brady is the LeBron of the NFL. Not even close to the greatest of all time. You're not even the greatest in your generation. You're really not. Oh, but you got stats. You're still not the greatest of your generation. Or the past or anything before that. Just saying. All right, we're not even... I'm talking about this shit, but I shouldn't be. All right,
Something of yours.
You found it? By the void. I didn't think... Thank you.
Going to have to do some shopping upstairs pretty soon.
Say something. If do you think if Aaron Rodgers had ever been given a top-tier receiver, he made top-tier receivers that didn't really do much elsewhere, except Devontae Adams, who's actually still playing, and he doesn't suck. But when you only got one receiver and nothing else on your team, doesn't really matter. You have no tight ends, you have no running backs, you have 5th and 6th and 7th round caliber players. I'm not saying a 5th, 6th, 7th rounder that's a Pro Bowler. You have 5th, 6th, 7th round caliber players surrounding you, and that's the best thing that you have. And even if you do have one go-to receiver or one decent running back that was drafted low but wound up being a diamond in the rough, that doesn't make an entire team. I don't care how good a quarterback you are. Can you imagine if Aaron Rodgers got a Matthew Golden drafted for him at any point in his career with Green Bay? Do you understand how many Super Bowls he would have won? Just one top-tier receiver, not to mention two. And all these receivers that you see with these other teams that are literally probably future Hall of Famers, they were all available, and Green Bay could have gotten basically any of them when Aaron Rodgers was there. They didn't get one of them. They just waited to find Jordan fucking Trader. I can't hit the side of a barn with a football. If I'm touching the fucking side of the barn with a football, I still can't hit it. Piece of fucking shit. Glorified running back that doesn't even run and can't throw shit and can't read a defense. Dumbass, dumb as a box of zombie dicks. Piece of fucking overrated shit. Making millions of dollars and fucking hates the country that he's making millions of dollars from for sucking at his position. They traded up to get that piece of shit despite Aaron Rodgers in his face in a pro-black fucking hate white racist fucking move, and then draft Jordan Love, all these receivers, and that motherfucker can't win a game, and if he could, he would throw it on purpose. It's hard to be a Packers fan right about now. It's hard to be a Packers fan right now. Can you imagine if Aaron Rodgers had a... Can you imagine if Brett Favre had a Randy Moss? Can you imagine if Rodgers had a Randy Moss or a, I don't know, a Megatron or a whatever, a Justin Jefferson, which was available, by the way, and they could have got him. Can you imagine what would have happened? But, yeah. Now, they wait till you get Jordan fucking Trader, garbage, trash can fucking hate, and then just give him a bunch of fucking receivers to abuse and misuse, and fucking Tucker Kraft is out for the season. Why? I'm just going to blame Jordan Love for that too. And somehow I'm probably right in doing so. That was a top 3 tight end in the entire fucking league. That motherfucker made George Kittle look like a pussy. Which is, he's actually been a pussy this entire year, so there you have it. Okay, I got my feels out of the way. Thanks for letting me vent a little bit. Appreciate it. All right, so now we got Anders. If we get Merrill right now, I don't have an electric staff, though. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Eli won more Super Bowls than Peyton did, though, right? As a fucking inaccurate trash can with a subpar team across the board. Still managed to win 2 Super Bowls. And both against the Patriots. Peyton won one, right? Oh, he won two. He won two. He won one with Denver and then lost at least one with Denver and then won one with the Colts. So I guess they're tied. I guess it's the same thing. I don't know.
There might be some stragglers before the main group. Nothing.
Peyton was just an offensive coordinator playing quarterback, in my opinion. That's not a criticism or a knock. It's just, that's what I saw. See, along with Manning, what was drafted around that same time? Who was that one dude that played with the Chargers? He was pretty amazing. And then you got Drew Brees. He only won one. Should have gone to a second. I don't know if he'd have won it, but he should have gone to a second. But the league literally cheated him with a pass interference felony that was committed and not called, and then somehow allowed Minnesota to get in there and fuck it off anyway. They didn't go to the Super Bowl. They just cheated the shit out of New Orleans. And then what? I don't remember who went that year. Oh, yeah, that one. Who'd they beat, though? The Bears? And the Bears, I'm not taking anything away from Peyton in that win, but the Bears were not supposed to be there. The Bears were 14-2, and they were, at best, an 8-18. At best. They had a return game that somehow won games with kickoff returns for TDs over and over and over. Dude, it was fucking stupid. They sucked as a team. And they proved that in the Super Bowl. It still made it competitive. That was the worst team to ever make it to the Super Bowl ever. Those 14-2 Bears that should not have even been 10-6. 8-8. 9-7, maybe. Accidentally. They had Brian Urlacher and literally nothing else. They had a dude who could not even play backup quarterback on any other team there. It was so bad. Like that, dude, that was a setup. Let's make Manning the poster child of the NFL by giving him a patsy and just putting the Chicago Bears in the bowl. Why the fuck were they there? They had no business being there. They had no business winning at least 5 or 6 of those games they won. Like, none at all, period. They were that trash. That's the worst team I've ever seen in a Super Bowl. And that's even counting the Giants with, what's-his-face against the Baltimore Ravens. You remember that? Who did they have? They had that dude who was slightly mentally retarded at quarterback. Giants versus Ravens in the Super Bowl. We're going way back. That is the second most pathetic team I've ever seen in the Super Bowl. The first most were those 14-2 Bears that should not have even been 9-7. Seriously. Now that takes something away from Manning. He was just playing whoever was in front of him. But he barely beat them. Like, it wasn't really convincing. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I think Manning's best Super Bowl was when, I guess it was against Carolina, who had no business being there. Because Mr. Fancy Clown Hat, stupid-looking glasses, that's a glorified running back, who's dumb as a box of zombie dicks, against the Carolina Panthers with that thing at quarterback. And that thing actually works on ESPN saying stuff about football. And every time he opens his mouth, he shows that his IQ is sub 30. The motherfucker, I don't even know how the motherfucker breathes. You have to have some IQ to breathe, right? How does that motherfucker not suffocate on his own fucking tongue? He's that stupid. the thing that couldn't even speak intelligently about, I don't know, something simple as putting one foot in front of the other and walking? Scam Oldton? Oh, no, Cam Newton. Scam Oldton. Piece of fucking shit. Was never even a quarterback. Ever. It was a glorified running back who could throw 80 yards down the field like anybody else who's athletic. Was just literally fumbled the ball in the Super Bowl and looked at it and waited for the defense to pick it up because he was fucking scared, because he can't play the position and never could, ever. And now it's talking for ESPN, a talking head at ESPN, which shows you that anything that Disney takes control of is woke Satan's asshole. Because that motherfucker looking like a clown with the stupidest fucking hats on its head and the stupidest fucking Harry Potter glasses on its face, talking out of its asshole, pretending it's its mouth. Yeah, that's what Manning went up against with Denver, too. So somehow, Peyton's two Super Bowl wins were against teams that could not have made it into the playoffs unless the NFL said it was so. They could not have possibly competed against anybody and had any success. But apparently they did. And Manning was barely able to beat both of them with a defense that had nothing to do with him. Sorry, man. You know what? Now that I think about it, I gotta take a few marks off of Peyton and say, nah, man, that dude was the most overrated motherfucker probably ever. Actually, he was a genius as a coach. Mediocre as a quarterback. Needed a lot of help. Yeah. He just looked at it too, like a complete bitch. And was never the same after that. Because once you get exposed on global TV as being a complete bitch, like, here's a man, you claim to be a man, but you're the opposite of whatever this is, which is a man. You're an absolute 100% bitch. There's not a girl playing that position in that game at that particular time, in that moment, that would allow that shit to go down like that. This motherfucker has more pussy than any female on the face of the planet. And it's supposed to be a dude. And that is a legitimate argument if you take the rainbow flag confused motherfuckers out of the equation. You're supposed to be a dude and you're the opposite of a dude. In that situation where you'd probably look down on a girl and she could play twice as good as you can. Pussy ass bitch. That's Scam Newton. And that's who Peyton had to face. And then he lost another Super Bowl with Denver, right? With an actual better team? How did that happen? Just, Eli never lost a Super Bowl. I'll at least say that. That motherfucker was hot garbage. He couldn't hit the side of a barn if he was touching the side of the barn with the football. He was the most inaccurate motherfucker I've ever seen win anything. But somehow he would come back and get it. He had that scrap like Brett Favre without any of the actual talent. But, hey, he won a couple Super Bowls, and he beat the Patriots, the cheaters, both times. Probably because the cheaters were favored and the mob wanted to make a bunch of money off of it. So that's probably what happened. But bottom line is, he at least won the ones that he went to. Peyton lost, how many did Peyton lose? He won one with the Colts and won one with the Broncos, but how many did he lose? I know he lost one with the Broncos, which was impossible to lose, but he was actually facing a team that deserved to be there and got a shit kicked in, right? So, what is he, 2-1? Or 2-2 or 2-3? I don't think he went that many times. Anyway, doesn't really matter. I don't know. If that's your favorite, that's cool. But I can't possibly see it that way. Anybody can beat the teams that Peyton Manning had to face. Anybody could beat them at any point in the season. Even losing teams could beat them. Beat who he had to face in the Super Bowl. And then he probably lost to a team that anybody else could beat too, would be my guess. So, it was Philadelphia, right? Philadelphia and... Was it Philadelphia that beat the Broncos under Peyton Manning? With a backup quarterback and no defense? Or did Philadelphia face New England and give Tom Brady another loss against a team that was twice as bad as he was supposed to be? But yeah. Anyway, whatever. I don't know. Enough football. We're trying to play Dragon Age 2 and now we're getting... I'm actually trying to create a football debate, right? My bad. My bad.
Last one to strike buys the drink.
Nice. Hey, Joe. I'm going to go ahead and give you an example of the worst player that ever entered the NFL, but rode their path to the NFL based on one game, and it was only based on mindless, I just stole your TV athletic running ability and had nothing else to do with football whatsoever. You remember that quarterback for the Texas Longhorns that somehow fucking managed to beat USC with Reggie Bush and all that? One of Pete Carroll's last years with USC. I think actually his last year, when the Texas Longhorns won the national championship over USC, when they were... This is what you call athleticism against intelligence and being actual human beings playing a sport. And it somehow won. Do you remember? Do you remember the quarterback for the Longhorns? And then he went and took the IQ test for football, and he scored lower than any other person ever taking that test in the history of ever, including offensive and defensive linemen. You remember? That's an actual thing. That's Cam Newton. The exact same shit. The exact same thing. If it makes you want to disrespect and take a piss and a diarrhea shit on it, it should, because that's what it's worth. It's not worth... It's actually worth even less than that. But at least you bother to spit and take a diarrhea dump on it. I'm trying to remember that quarterback's name. He was the biggest disgrace to the NFL that they actually washed him out and said, just leave. Just don't try out for a team. Don't try out for a practice squad. You don't deserve to play football. And you can't even look at the NFL without disrespecting the NFL by looking at it. That quarterback, you remember, from the Texas Longhorns, that beat the USC in the national championship and had no business even playing football ever? You remember that? That's Cam Newton. Anyway, just making the point. God damn it. I don't remember what that dude's name was. Oh, okay. Hold on. I said I was going to do this. I forgot. There we go. Dude, what was that quarterback's name? It was a running back that really couldn't even throw. Man, I do not remember. All right. Let's go. Strong opinions on this stream tonight. Strong opinions.
And here we go again.
I think I got blood on my coat.
Take this.
Need mana. I love it when a plan works out.
Nice. Nice. Really nice.
Watch where you step. We're good to go. Now that's just rude. What are they trying to do? Ruin my boots? Piece of cake.
Those 3 traps are worth like twice as much as that ambush that we just got through, right? And then this elf fruit, that's... yeah. Well, probably gonna level up right here again. We need to get Anders to level up, though. That health potion back again. I'm still sitting here trying to remember that quarterback's name. I really am. He actually tried out for the Green Bay Packers. And the only way I found out, I didn't even know this, but my mom is like, okay, that quarterback that you've been talking about, he's trying out for Green Bay. My mom actually told me this, and I'm like, oh no. Dude, the look of horror on my face, she laughed, but it was true. Like, they were trying him out as quarterback, and I'm like, that motherfucker doesn't belong on any team, anywhere, ever, period. I'm trying to remember what the name of the test was. The Wonderlic test, I think. Anyway, it tests football IQ. He scored lower than any player in history. And that's from every single position. And it wasn't just lower, it was like so much lower that it's impossible that you're that stupid. That's literally how this motherfucker scored. You can't be that stupid. But there you go. Apparently, he was in spades. He showed it on the field. If you couldn't just let him run through garage doors, the motherfucker literally could not play football. Man, what was that? Dude, if I told you the name and you're a football fan, you'd be like, oh, no shit. Yeah, okay, that dude was dumber than a box of zombie dicks. Dead, unanimated zombie dicks. Dumber than that. I don't know, that's negative IQ? More stupid than that. Less IQ than negative IQ. Seriously. What was that dude's name?
The ambush hawk. Be ready.
Anyway, whatever. Can't remember his name.
Well, at least it's not boring.
I love doing that. Everyone stay still and try not to make any loud noises.
Four of them. Great. I was starting to get lonely.
Back me up or you lose me.
Oh, get wrecked. Nice.
Well,
yeah, in college. He was. I'm talking about the Texas Longhorn quarterback.
Captain Jevon needs to know of this.
That beat USC in the national championship around, I'm going to say about 2000, 2001. I don't remember exactly when it took place. But yeah, the Texas Longhorns quarterback that basically it was just a track athlete who was dumber than a box of zombie dicks. Scored the lowest score on the Wonderlic test in the history of ever. Like going back to the beginning of football. Like not just lower, but twice as low as the next most stupid position that doesn't require any football IQ. This motherfucker scored lower than that. The quarterback for the Texas Longhorns. USC had Reggie Bush and man, was Mike Evans on that squad? I might be going back a little bit too far for that. Maybe. I think I'm going back too far for that. Anyway, quarterback for the Texas Longhorns beating USC in the national championship. Motherfucker came into football and, bro, if that dude had to have one IQ point in life or football as a life raft in the ocean or drown, that motherfucker would not only drown, he would sink to the bottom like a fucking anchor. He was that fucking stupid. That's Cam Newton. Same thing. Like literally the same thing. And you got Cam Newton on Disney ES Woke PN talking about football with his fucking clown hats that it has to wear for attention because it has nothing useful to say. If you were to ask the motherfucker about anything, even minor, like, what would you do with some dry flour? Would you put it in a Ziploc bag or a container? This motherfucker would go on for 30 minutes talking about clovers in Ireland if you were to ask him that question. That fucking stupid. Yeah, this quarterback was that stupid. Cam Newton stupid. God damn it, I can't remember his name. I'm trying to remember who drafted this fucking thing, too. And they drafted him high. And the real shame? No, I can't say it's a shame because you still have to have some football IQ to play any position in the NFL. You have to have some football IQ. This motherfucker had none. Tim Tebow had a little bit. Tim Tebow probably should have been a tight end. Tim Tebow probably would have made a really good tight end for somebody. I'm not lying. Tim Tebow actually, I don't know if he could catch or not, but Tim Tebow had the size and football acumen to actually be a tight end, to understand routes and understand how to, but the dude insisted on being a quarterback, right? Cam Newton was stupider than Tim Tebow, but a little bit more athletic. The dude's name was Young, coming out of Texas. It was Young, Vince Young. Vince Young. Thank you. Vince Young, coming out of Texas. The motherfucker has the lowest score on the football IQ test of any player in football history. But it was athletic. And Michael Vick was the thing at the time. And Michael Vick needs to be executed as a human being because you're into dogfighting and you think you're a thug pimp, even though you're getting millions to play a sport and you actually contribute nothing to society. You just want to fucking murder animals. Michael Vick needs to be executed. That motherfucker still gets to talk on Disney Woke ESPN too. Is still asked about its opinion as if it matters. Motherfucker should be dead, not talking, and getting paid millions to exist, even though you have no value to the world except negative satanic value. True story. Anyway, Vince Young. Yeah, Vince Young. The glorified running back who wasn't smart enough to even play running back in the NFL. Or college, or pretty much anywhere. But they made Texas beat USC that year. There's a lot of money involved. And Pete Carroll threw that game, by the way. But he was under a lot of investigations, and he was looking for a way out of college so he could go to Seattle and do the same shit. And then when that caught up to him, now he's with, Las Vegas? I guess the Raiders will eventually be something in the next year or two, as long as that motherfucker's there. And then there'll be some scandal, and he'll fucking disappear, hopefully forever. But yeah, anyway, that's, yeah. Old school football shit. Yeah, Vince Young. Trying to remember who drafted him. That was a mistake because he was cut the very next year because he couldn't play any position in football at all. He was literally, well, I just took a shower a little while ago, but if I didn't take a shower, I could go scrape some dirt off my nuts and let it sit on a table and dry out to make sure that it's dead and there's not even a single molecule of, not even a single, like, anything in it, in that dirt from the bottom of my unwashed nuts. And that's 3 times smarter than Vince Young. And 2.5 times smarter than Cam Newton. There you go. I can say that with confidence. That's an actual true story. Let's see, what time is it? All right, I'm just sitting here talking smack at this point. What is it? Almost 3:40? Okay. I plan on streaming a little bit earlier today when I jump back on. I'd like to find a stopping point where I know exactly what I've done and what I haven't done. All these are quest markers, so I know where I've been and where I haven't been. Don't really need to beeline for Runes of Fortune because I really don't have the equipment to put it in. If I had DLC, I would be doing that. I'm not playing this with DLC. I mean, if you consider the Black Emporium DLC, which it's not, it's an update, but if you consider that DLC, I'm playing with that. And the whole Sebastian thing, because he's a character in the game, okay, cool. Outside of that, I'm not playing with any of the, like, item packs or any of that other bullshit. We got the DLC in terms of extra content, you know, like places to go. I don't know if we actually do it or not. Maybe. We might think about it. Because the game is going to play the way it's supposed to play because we're playing on OG360. So, like, that's cool, but anyway, let's see. I think I know where I'm at. I don't have to do any of this. This is other stuff. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to go here. We'll go turn this in, then I'll know exactly where I need to go. Yeah, I'm probably going to call it here. Getting a little bit tired. Had a pretty busy night at work last night. Really good for a Monday. Actually, tonight was as busy as Saturday and Sunday put together. Halloween weekend. Apparently, once Halloween is over, if it's on a Friday, Saturday and Sunday, everybody just, I don't know, got a hangover or something. Yeah, the last 2 days sucked. No money, no real work. It was pretty bad.
There's Jevon's office. Wait while I explain our initiative.
I don't know how they do it where you're from, guardswoman, but I decide the patrols, not you and your whims. You may have been put up for lieutenant in your first year,
sitting there
but I
listening
have no
like,
show-offs in my command. Have I made myself clear?
Clear.
Report to your post before I have you and your Ferelden accomplice jailed.
I don't think you can jail Aveline.
Well, what a charming fellow.
I don't have to like him, but he could at least listen. Bandits are dead. That's all that should matter. It's not the first time he's made me wonder like this. Something is very wrong.
So let's find out whose toes you actually stepped on.
Then we should check the duty roster and see who was supposed to take that route. What have I stepped in this time? Threaten my friends? Not letting that one go, Captain.
Aveline! I owe you for clearing that ambush the other night. Saved me a mess of trouble.
Brennan, that route was yours?
It was. Single patrol. I'd have been dead for sure.
A lone guard isn't much of a patrol.
Shouldn't need to be. That route was clear for weeks. First noise out of it was your big fight. The captain reassigned me after he heard what you did, and I passed the satchel to Donnick for his patrol tonight.
The satchel?
Pay and order assignments. Captain has us run deliveries to the outposts during light duty. It's usually just an updated copy of the roster. The satchel for that night was heavy, though. Anyway, thanks again, Aveline. You're a good one.
So the satchel gets heavy the same day we discover an ambush?
Sure, there's a perfectly reasonable lie. Right.
I bet there's a perfectly reasonable lie that explains why.
Perfectly reasonable lie.
I'd be willing to hear it, but not while a guard may be walking into a trap.
Shit.
Brennan said Donnick. A good man. Donnick.
Good stuff.
I've got his route. A night walk in Lowtown. Let's go make sure his quiet patrol stays that way.
Right. Let's see. Let's see where we're at. Here it goes. So I said I was going to do this. All right, so you've got 1-to-1. 1 health provides 2 mana. Oh, shit. Okay, so that's a 3-to-1. So you can actually get a 4-to-1. Yeah, you can actually get a 4-to-1. 1 health provides 2 mana. All right, so if a spell costs 20, it only costs 10. And that's 1 additional. So if a spell costs 30, it only costs 10. And then if you get 4 pieces of gear, if a spell costs 40, it only costs 10. Which means if it costs 60, it only costs 15. That's a 4-to-1 ratio. So a 3-to-1 magic health ratio. That should be fine then, right? I got that upgraded, so that's done. I don't have to mess with that anymore. Now I'm just pretty much just worried about this and the blood magic tree, but let's at least get some fire in here. Nice. Beautiful. All right, man. This is where we're gonna start tomorrow. Yeah, definitely a huge red flag though. Yeah, coming out and somebody drafted him anyway because if you win the national championship, you have to be worth something, right? That's not true. That's apparently not true at all. Why waste a draft pick on a piece of shit that can't even literally tell you that 1 + 0 is 1? Not even 1 + 1 is 2, just 1 + 0? What is that? -37. If, like, how in the fuck do you... Anyway, just saying. Like, it's just that stupid. It's literally that stupid. All right, but we're going to go ahead and start here. We're going to definitely work on this build tonight. Today, I honestly, I think today I've had an AC unit that's been out for over a month. They were ordering a replacement type of thing. Supposedly, it should be here today or tomorrow, I hope. I'm off today, tomorrow, and the next day. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So if they show up with it, that'd be great. Replace it. Then fuck off, please. Because you just replaced this thing a few months ago, and it went bad in like a couple weeks. Hopefully they replace it with something that works for longer than a year. That'd be nice. If they don't show up today, well, either way, I'll probably start streaming mid to late afternoon ish, whatever. Whether they show up or not, hopefully. Anyway, that's a thing. Other than that, I got the next few days off, so we should be able to stream and get through this and see if this build actually works. But till then, let me go ahead and call it a day. I don't know how many people are actually here. It says there's like 30 of us, and that seems like a lot. I don't see any way to validate that, or maybe that's just from a couple hours ago. I have no idea. Anyway, I mean, either way, if that many people showed up to come hang out with us, that's pretty cool. Totally digging that. But anyway, yeah, let me I'm gonna go find something to snack on and then just get some sleep. I'm kind of tired, not gonna lie. And we'll be back on this exactly where we're at, and it really just gets good from here. But without DLC stuff, there's really some like items that we really need to go kind of hunt for. Yeah, we'll just complete it as thoroughly as possible, I guess. Anyway, all right, good night, everybody. Y'all take care. If I don't see you, then have a good rest of your week. Stay safe at work or school or both or whatever it is you're doing. And if I do see you later on today, tonight, tomorrow, whatever you want to call it, then I'll see you. Either way, y'all take care.